Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We're coming back from closed session under the pending litigation exception. No actions were taken. We are going to be going on to the Los Angeles region. If we can get the map up, excellent, we have it. And so we will be starting with the NELA area. Which abuts a VRA district, or districts, I should say, and does have VRA considerations. With that, we will begin the process of going through the visualization feedback. Is there any commissioner that has feedback on this area at this point? In terms of the NELA district. Commissioner Sidwani.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm glad we're starting here because I think this NELA district is right up against all of these VRA districts. And so I think as we continue to think about our VRA considerations in other areas of Los Angeles County, I think this is a really great place to start. Certainly throughout this whole year, right from summer, and certainly in response to the draft maps, we've heard a lot of communities of interest testimony in this region. And so in this area, I would be curious to hear what others are thinking, but certainly I wanted to uplift some of the testimony that we've received from Eagle Rock and Glassell Park, wanting to be a part of this district. And I'd love to be able to explore options for bringing those into the NELA district. I think that if we were to pursue that, it certainly would put us way over population. This district's already somewhat overpopulated, so I think we'd need to start to explore what would come out. I know in the past, and I think this was my own preference, was keeping Boyle Heights and East LA together. But I think that there's that we had also heard testimony from just in the last couple of weeks about the possibility of wanting to decouple those two regions, and I think that would be an option to explore. But I'd be curious to hear others' thoughts if we were to move in that direction.
Any other feedback on this area? Okay, I think I'm hearing that consensus in the room. Commissioner Sidwani, could you please create a direction on this? Or give
sure.
direction on this area for us?
Sure, sure. If there's no other conversation, yes. You know, I think for me, what I would like to see is what would happen if we started to move Eagle Rock and Glassell Park into the NELA district. And then what, you know, maybe perhaps Jamie, I know you've had hundreds of hours working on this map. I'd be curious to get some of your thoughts on areas that we might want to explore to remove. Certainly, I want to be cautious and conscious of the communities of interest testimony we've received in other areas. I think in this region, you know, we're certainly right up against, to the east, some of the COIs that we've heard from the LGBTQ plus communities. As we move further south, there's been a number of COI inputs surrounding school districts and other historic communities that are connected through economic, their economic and socioeconomics and other access to services that have been mentioned. So I'd love to just kind of explore what the impact of making that change would be. I'll also just raise, you know, just to the east of this district, we're obviously up against our one VRA district where we have an obligation for the Asian American community. I'd be curious to hear others' thoughts on that district. To me, that's looking pretty good, pretty solid. So I would want to make sure that we keep that intact.
Okay, so your direction at this point is to add Eagle Rock to the NELA, is that correct?
And Glassell Park.
And Glassell
Those
Park.
are both neighborhoods of the city of Los Angeles. and it would make sense to have them included in the NELA district. And then possibly removing Boyle Heights, maybe even portions of south, like that southern region of downtown LA. And I think we'll have to think through how to take those out. And I'd be curious to hear Jamie's thoughts on some possibilities there.
Jamie, do you have any feedback on that, or any thoughts on the impacts?
Yes, thank you. So this southern area of the NELA district is where there's higher population density. So if we were talking about removing Boyle Heights and, some southern parts of downtown Los Angeles, absolutely there would be room in terms of population for Eagle Rock and Glassell Park. I do believe you would have to incorporate some other areas as well, and just sort of looking at, of course, city boundaries and just the location of other areas, potentially moving Silver Lake in, or other areas sort of on this northwestern boundary of the NELA district, as Commissioner Sadwani mentioned, sort of to the south and east up against areas that are currently, the commission is looking at VRA considerations in those areas.
The inclusion of Silver Lake would make total sense to me, but would be really curious to hear what other commissioners think.
Let's hear from Commissioner Kennedy, Sinai, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was fairly early in the process where I was looking at East Los Angeles as potentially a northern anchor for what I was calling a 710 corridor district. And I do see some linkages between East LA and the area to the south. Now we've got both the 5 corridor district and the Gateway Cities district sitting in what I had initially envisioned as a 710 corridor. So I guess the most logical at this point would be to see if it helps us at all to put East Los Angeles in the 5 corridor district and be able to rotate any population from there to elsewhere. As far as downtown, we have heard community of interest testimony suggesting that we look at taking all of downtown or at least part of downtown and joining that to, I guess, there was the 110 corridor district. So, that I would be supportive of, as long as we're not breaking up too many other communities of interest. I would have to say, and I've spoken before, that I think Silver Lake probably should be grouped with Hollywood and West Hollywood. I'm open to hearing others' thoughts, but that's my initial take on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Thanks. Yeah, we did receive a significant amount of input recently around kind of NELA and some ideas, and it was what I appreciated from the input was the diversity of players who engaged, showing that there was some consensus among the neighbors. And the idea was, as you were saying, kind of East LA being an anchor and going north, El Serrano, Highland Park, Mount Washington, Cypress Park, Elysian Valley, which I believe is all in that district already, and then adding, as you said, Eagle Rock and Glassell Park, but also Taylor Yard. According, to the COIs, they were kind of looking at the southern border of Glendale. From the 2 to the 5 to the 110 to the 134, but I'm not sure what I meant by 2. Is there a 2 out there? Yeah, I'm like, it's somewhere along on my notes I messed up, I think.
The 2 freeway runs.
Oh, okay, so there is a 2 freeway. Phew, okay. So anyway, that was the kind of the notes I took from all the COIs in that area.
Thank you. Any other comments on this area? So for this district, the Neela district, Commissioner Turner.
I was going to ask, can we start seeing what those numbers look like? If we can start, because I heard we're interested in starting East Los Angeles and going up. We heard Eagle Rock and Glassell Park, which I'm interested in, but we also heard perhaps maybe Glassell Park with Hollywood. So if we start looking at some of the numbers and see how it begins to change, we can kind of know, what we can do.
Yeah. Are we
Silver
able to
Lake
get
with- I'm
data
sorry, Silver
on
Lake with
this,
Hollywood.
Jamie?
Just a moment while I explore those changes, please. So the area that's selected right now is just the neighborhood council areas for Eagle Rock and Glassell Park. It is about 56,000 people. And then again, sort of depending on what areas you are looking to move out of Neela, then this is not enough population to have like a equal-ish change in terms of deviation.
How many people are in the Boyles area?
One moment, I can pull that up, but I need to remove this selection and grab that for you. So one moment, please. So the area that's selected, which does have a little bit of population up here, so not quite the Boyle Heights exact neighborhood council boundary, but can adjust it as needed, of course. But the highlighted area is just shy of 84,000. So it's 83,915.
Commissioner Turner, do you have your hand up? Okay, Commissioner Ayi?
Just rolling back a bit, wanted to affirm Commissioner Sadwani's, respond to Commissioner Sadwani's question about the West SGV VRA district and affirming yes, I think that looks good. Probably want to keep that pretty much the way it is. If we do make these changes to Neela, we'd be interested in possibly being able to combine Little Tokyo, Chinatown, Koreatown, Thai Town. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the data picture, Commissioner Sandwana?
Yeah, I was just a question for Jamie. I mean, I think in response to Commissioner Yee, can you envision a way of removing Boyle Heights? It looks like we would still need more population if we were going to get Eagle Rock into the Neela district. If we started taking from downtown Los Angeles, are there ways that we could do that could potentially also respect as many of those API COIs as possible? I know you've looked at the API COIs in the past. I think I had put you on the spot at one point asking for the shape file. So I know you're familiar with those.
I will turn on those koi layers in this area so we can all take a look together. So let me look at my long list of layers here. Okay, so right now in blue, turning on Thai Town. In green, Chinatown. This purple one is Historic Filipino Town. In red, I'm gonna clear the selection so it's easier to see. In red, this is Little Tokyo. And of course, here in pink is Koreatown. Thinking about these changes, I think that trying to unify Little Tokyo and Chinatown together with Koreatown and Historic Filipino Town potentially triggers like a really big redraw of not just sort of these districts that we're looking at, but potentially a much larger redraw that I think could potentially impact the South Bay areas, South LA, potentially Long Beach, just if we're mostly, and of course there would potentially be some wiggle room here in the gateway areas. I think that with a change that is being discussed just for the NELA district in terms of moving areas from the Glendale base district into LA, it would certainly be possible to still keep Filipino Town and Koreatown together, to keep Little Tokyo and Chinatown together. I don't know that it would be possible to unify all of them just because the population here in the NELA district really is down here south of, south of the 10, and then also sort of right here. This is really like the most densely populated area in this district.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I was just going to ask commissioners. So it seems as though even in our draft maps, we have divided some of those COIs, but kept some together, right? They're not all. What was there? 4 of them are not all in one district, but perhaps if we can do this in a way that continues to maintain keeping together. I think Commissioner Yee, did you say Chinatown and a reasonable compromise? And I was going to ask, I don't recall since the draft maps have come out, we've gotten a lot of COI testimony from AAPI communities in other parts of the map. I don't specifically remember a whole lot in these downtown ones, although it looks like Commissioner Sinai might have some pieces on that.
Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, what we have heard, and it was from the same group of people who had submitted kind of this desire to have Boyle Heights and East LA kind of be anchors for different districts, not be in the same district, was that, and this was, I think it was specifically Koreatown, and they also had called in saying, we don't necessarily need to be kept all of us together, but don't split us, meaning don't split Koreatown, don't split Little Tokyo, because that's what's happened in the past. So they want their community to stay whole, and if possible, bring them all together, but not at the expense of this request, this community request of looking at how can we kind of change the NELA district. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. So then it seems like that would probably make sense if Eagle Rock, Glassell Park came into Nila, Boyle Heights, and that downtown LA, including Chinatown, Little Tokyo, potentially gets removed. And then Jamie, I know that's going to set off a whole lot of other ripples.
So,
You know,
so Commissioner
yeah.
Sadwani and Ms. Clark, we're still missing about 50,000 people. If we, where would you advise identifying those communities to add into this district?
I don't know if that was for me or not.
For both
and-
Commissioner Sadwani and yourself, any suggestions on what areas to add into this district? We've heard a little bit about downtown and also some of the challenges around that. Any other suggestions you might have?
Actually, a question that I have is if we're talking about keeping Chinatown and Little Tokyo together and then removing them, that again is a lot of the population of this district. I'm wondering the commission's thoughts on still keeping those together, but sort of keeping them with the NELA-based district. And up to you, of course, and just kind of thinking through the population changes that would be required to make something like that happen. If you were to remove Boyle Heights and then part of downtown LA, not including Little Tokyo, then I think Eagle Rock, LaSalle Park, and then some areas here, Silver Lake potentially would fit. There also was a question about Taylor Park and maybe exploring moving areas of Glendale in. And I think that would be, up to the commission's discretion.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai, then Commissioner Sadwani, and hopefully we'll reach a level of direction so that we can come back with visualizations tomorrow. Commissioner Sinai?
No, I was just going to re-bring up what I looked up Silver Lake, and most of the COI testimony we've received for Silver Lake is similar to what Commissioner Kennedy said. To keep it with East Hollywood. So my thought was to look at exploring the part that's south of Glendale, kind of that funky triangle, to add more.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I would definitely be open to exploring that or Silver Lake, right? Like Silver Lake and Echo Park have a whole lot in common. Eagle Rock and Glendale south of the 134 have a lot in common. So I think either way both could make sense in such a district.
So let's.
And I guess the question is, Chair, do you want to have Jamie start making these changes now? And then we'll see where it takes us in the rest of the map.
Let's just do it now if it can be done, and then and see if we can solidify this a little bit more, because this I think will impact the other maps.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's going to set up a whole bunch of changes then that we're going to have to deal with in other areas. So we could potentially work our way through some of that now. And then if it comes to things like deviation being a little bit off, I mean, I think those are the kinds of things Jamie could work on tomorrow, unless of course we make a huge mess of things, but hopefully we're not going to do that. I see these as minor refinements.
I wonder if it would help the commission to sort of, like, if I zoom out the map and talk about maybe, like, because right now thinking about these changes, based on all of your criteria, I would envision this impacting these 5 districts: the Nela, Glendale, West Side, potentially 110 LA, and the north of 10 district. So if I could maybe walk through what some of those changes would be, and then the commission could decide if that's something that I should do, or like that you want to look at and see happen live right now, or if that's something that could be done, overnight, basically. So if that sounds okay, then I will talk about what some of that could be. So
Yes.
thank you so much. So for the NELA district, right now we're discussing removing Boyle Heights and southern areas of downtown Los Angeles. To make up for that population, moving areas from the Glendale area, the Glendale-based district. So that would be moving in Eagle Rock and Glassell Park, and then either sort of southern parts of Glendale or Silver Lake. Then this Glendale, North LA district would be underpopulated. Thinking about other considerations that the commission has, or rather other sort of priorities or wishes that the commission has expressed in the past, for example, keeping Mulholland as a boundary between San Fernando Valley and the rest of LA, then a suggestion or an option that I think would maintain that boundary would be pulling population from the west side district into Glendale, LA. So kind of zooming in to that would be maybe West Hollywood and Beverly Hills. There's also an LGBTQ COI in this area that the commission has expressed interest in maintaining. Just putting that out there. Then the west side district would be underpopulated. Here, there would be a decision point, and I would love to hear from the commission on this, whether then to sort of move population into the west side district from this N10 district. That would be Mid-City, Pico, Mid-City West. Previously, in previous visualizations, when Pico has been with west side areas, the commission has expressed dissatisfaction with that. So the other option could be to add Culver City and Palms, just by virtue of location, into the west side district. Culver City has been an area that the commission in the past has said, or has it seems like has potentially considered like okay to go with the west side, but other cities in the west side district, there's also COI testimony that kind of links Culver City with Venice and Del Rey. And then that sort of leaves wiggle room for the Boyle Heights downtown area that we remove from the NELA area. That could go probably just, again, by virtue of contiguity with this 110 LA district. And then population could be balanced sort of between these three districts, the NELA, North 10, and 110 LA. And I believe that would, I think that it could be complicated to get them all like perfectly balanced live. And so that's something, of course, I could do offline. But right now, just sort of thinking about this area, what the commission has, like the interest of the commission as you've expressed it in the past and as you're currently expressing it, I think that is that's sort of what this trade would, or the population trade-offs would look like.
That's very helpful, Jamie. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Looking at the Boyle Heights as an anchor, and you had said putting it with the 110 is because what originally what the COI testimony was that we've received was kind of taking Boyle Heights, kind of going to Pico, Union, and then going to South LA. And I don't know if that's breaking up too many, if that works that way, or it's better to go in the other direction. So I just wanted to check that, since that was kind of where the community had asked.
Jamie, do you have any feedback on that?
I think that an iteration like that could be possible. I can't off the top of my head say exactly what the population trade-off would be. So just sort of thinking that through, it would be this Boyle Heights and then downtown LA area to connect with the N10 district. Then I think that some of this area, the like mid-city west, maybe greater Wilshire, would need to also maybe be moved out, because again, the areas that I'm waving the hand right now, it's like Boyle Heights, downtown LA, Pico Union, mid-city, Pico. These are some of the most densely populated areas in Los Angeles County. So it would need, I can't say right now what the population trade would be then to balance between the N10 and the 110 LA, given the other changes that I just sort of discussed.
Commissioner Sidwani.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, I believe we've also had COI testimony, though, that has linked downtown LA, and in particular the Skid Row area of downtown LA with South Central. So I think it can make a lot of sense if that region goes towards that what is currently that 110 district as well. So I think either way.
So I do think, I hear Jamie's concerns about if we start making changes here, we're going to have deviation problems throughout the map, but that's actually part of the process, right? We're going to have, the refinements are going to have impacts across the map, and we'll have to think through that. And so maybe if we maybe if we start line drawing here, and then see what those implications are, and work through those as we go. So, Commissioner Sidwani, I think you had the direction to add, to add certain sections. Can you please give that direction?
I think that if we can start making these changes, because also on the priority list that folks had identified were, the VRA districts further south from here, the gateway cities, and I'd want to get a sense of what some of these changes are going to look like, even if they're a little bit choppy right now. And then Jamie, if you feel like if it's feasible or reasonable to do kind of a rough refinement of these areas today live, and then you could always go ahead and do the cleanup tomorrow. But just so that we have a sense of what we're working with once it comes to renegotiating or rethinking some of if we're going to work on VRA districts, if we're going to work on gateway communities, if we're going to work in the LA-OC border, which commissioners all identified as priorities, I think it would make sense to spend some time now and do these changes so that we can better understand what we have to work with in other parts of LA County. So I think the first change is, yes, if there's agreement from everyone of making this change of Eagle Rock and Glassell Park. I might say for now to do Silver Lake, only because it's actually a part of the city of Los Angeles, and then we get to keep the city of Glendale whole. Okay. And if people are comfortable with it, perhaps Jamie could explore breaking up Glendale as an option offline. Would that be reasonable?
So in terms of adding these, because that's a direction, adding these two communities, is everyone in agreement with adding these Eagle Rock and Gristle Park?
Glassell,
thank you. I'm saying no opposition at this point. to exploring this option, and that's what we're agreeing to. We're agreeing to explore the option. All right, let's add that to this district, and then further direction, Commissioner Sidwani.
I would say for now, and I hear the back and forth on Silver Lake versus Glendale. I would say for now, as an exploration, let's add Silver Lake. And if we're comfortable having Jamie explore Glendale offline, I think it also meets that criteria of not splitting cities where possible, because Glendale is a separate city from the city of Los Angeles, whereas Silver Lake is a neighborhood within the city of Los Angeles.
Commissioner Taylor, while we're line drawing.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Sadwani, and I think I would, based on COI testimonies and transportation hubs, especially since we have that 134 2 corridor, that Glendale, south of the 2, is a similar community of interest as Glassell Park.
Thank you.
I agree with that completely, Commissioner Taylor. I mean, do you feel comfortable with just for today keeping Silver Lake, but then potentially having Jamie explore the South Glendale area offline? Would that be?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so we'll capture that. And then any communities to remove, Commissioner Sidwani.
And then I think the removal, and Jamie, you tell me how the mapping system works, if it's better to now deal with the Glen LA at this point, or if it's better to deal with the removing Boyle Heights and that downtown Los Angeles part that we
I think that, for example, if I was doing this offline at home, I would probably deal with the Glendale one and then kind of go from there. Personally.
Okay. So let's do that, and we'll know that the goal is to get to Boyle Heights and downtown LA to removed from the NELA district.
Right, and with the knowledge that if there are any glaring deviation issues, and that's something that I can work on offline to kind of clean up anything.
And I think here you had suggested that this would be an opportunity to bring West Hollywood in with Hollywood. And Beverly Hills, is that correct? And I think the nice part about that is it is in conjunction with, oh sorry, my lights just went off here, in conjunction with communities of interest testimony that we've received.
Just want to hear from other commissioners as we work through this. Let's see, we have Commissioner Taylor. Do you have your hand raised?
I do not. I'll lower it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Then also I'm curious to hear from Commissioner Vasquez too, and Akutagawa and others.
No, I did. Commissioner Sidwani just brought up one of my higher priorities was the West Hollywood, to unite that with Hollywood. So if that's possible, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa.
Sorry, I want to go in. I guess I want to just ask a different question. I know that the conversation has been about removing Boyle Heights, but I don't recall hearing anyone say anything about possibly removing East LA instead, and perhaps looking at pairing East LA with the with either the gateway cities or the 5 corridor cities. Is that something that would be could be an option?
At this point, we're visualizing, so it certainly could be an option if we're if visualization allows. Commissioner Lamons.
Yeah, I just wanted to support starting with Glendale and potentially being able to add the West Hollywood back in, well, not back in, but in with the communities to the west. So I like this direction that we're going, and maybe if we could try it and not go off in another direction before we try it, that would be great.
Thank you. That's great, and that's helpful. So let's go back to that area and incorporate those communities if we have consensus.
This change, which would be moving West Hollywood and Beverly Hills into the Glendale-based district, the Glendale-based district would still be underpopulated. It would be almost -7% deviation. If the commission wishes, I can make this change and, look at it later, or, work it out now, whatever is your preference.
So let's hear from Commissioner Sinai.
I do think that change is good. I just wanted to remind us that we started with using East LA as the anchor for this district and the changes based on significant community of interest input that we received from throughout San Diego. And also, that Glendale should be part, with the Wilshire district. And so this is a lot of different COIs, but I wanted just to address what Commissioner Kitagawa said, is that we purposely have chosen this going north for East LA because that's what the community had asked us to explore. Well, they didn't ask us to explore. They asked us to do it, but we're exploring. And then Boyle Heights going east, and that was part of a full request. If we do this, Jamie, is it possible, you had mentioned the Mulholland Drive line, the infamous line. Would that help us be able to improve that, or we still need to think through other parts for that?
For Assembly, the border currently is on Mulholland. So, and it would not impact, this change would not impact that.
Thanks.
Commissioner Kitagawa.
Yeah, I read COI testimony, one that said Beverly Hills with this Glen LA district is not a good, completely polar opposite types of COIs. I did also read COI testimony that while it would break up the San Fernando Valley a little bit, that the greater Toluca Lake and Studio Cities, city neighborhoods could be and would be also another option potentially that would unite an LGBT COI, and as well as including West Hollywood in this district would be a way to unite some LGBT COIs based on some of the COI testimony that I read.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. All right, so in this area, we're incorporating, so at this point we have highlighted Beverly Hills.
Yes, and West Hollywood.
And West Hollywood. Just looking for consensus from this group. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I'd like, Chair, if we can give Jamie this direction, we can then see what else is around it, and we can always come back to it. But for now, I think I like the direction we're going in.
Okay, so is there anyone opposed to moving in this direction? Commissioner Kitagawa?
I would just not like to see Beverly Hills in this. I think just not, besides the COI testimony, they are Beverly Hills is a very, very affluent community and different economically from the larger Glen LA district that we're looking at.
If I may.
We can't hear you, Jamie. Maybe you're
So keeping Beverly Hills with the west side area, that would mean that the Glen, LA based district would be underpopulated by negative 13.58%. I think that potentially would. I think that the trade-off there is that it would be, instead of Beverly Hills, probably having some of this like mid-city, which, you know, with Beverly Hills, it was still almost 7%. So probably the mid-city, Greater Wilshire, and Koreatown areas going with the Glendale-based district instead.
Commissioner Turner?
I was just going back to COI testimony again, flipping through, because there's also quite, you know, I guess the challenge we have is of course, conflicting COI testimony sometimes or kind of frequently. But there's also COI testimony that's not wanting West Hollywood with Hollywood. So, because to me, starting with West Hollywood, then moving into Beverly Hills, but if we don't go that direction, I don't know. Let me keep reading.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Thank you. What about Burbank? I know that Burbank is in the East San Fernando Valley. Would that dismantle? That has, okay. I would be interested in just, Jamie, what your thoughts would be on that.
So, moving Burbank in would I think that ultimately an impact of moving Burbank in would definitely be crossing Mulholland. If you really didn't want to cross Mulholland, then it would, unless it was like a redraw of the whole state and kind of moving things like up through Northern California everywhere, then it would probably impact also where the split would be in Eastern Ventura. I am not sure, but it would potentially split the Piru Oxnard Koi here, just for population purposes. Again, really not 100% sure about that. And then would need to pull area into the Malibu district. This would then either mean like Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, et cetera. Then the west side area would then I think be underpopulated, and you would have to maybe move into this like Hollywood area that it seems like the purpose for this would be to keep West Hollywood and like Hollywood Hills area separate. And I think that moving Burbank might do that anyway.
Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Jamie, if could you just also click, and I guess you might have to commit the West Hollywood for now and back it out later, but I'd like to see what happens if we added both West Hollywood and Silver Lake to the Glen LA district. Thank you. Okay, so we've gotten much closer to 5%. Thank you.
And also the NELA district would still be overpopulated. So you would still need to sort of trade out population there.
Yeah, we've just been adding, not subtracting yet. Any direction for subtraction?
Can I jump in?
Yeah, Commissioner Sidwani, sorry, I didn't see your hand. My screen looks a little different.
No worries. Yeah, I mean, I think the direction there was that we were going to do downtown LA and Boyle Heights out. But at Jamie's suggestion, like working in one direction and working back around that kind of counterclockwise was better from a mapping perspective. So I think that direction is still there. I had originally raised my hand though, around the question of Glendale again. And again, as I said, the Silver Lake Glendale piece, I could see it going different ways. The Glendale to Beverly Hills, and in there potentially including Mid-City West and Wilshire. I don't think we've actually gotten that much COI testimony from Glendale. And please, someone let me know if that's not correct. I am not advocating because I've lived in that area. I'll just talk about it a little bit. And others hopefully can chime in too. There's a large and sizable Armenian population in Glendale. I don't know what their preferences are. We haven't received tons of testimony from the best of my knowledge. But Little Armenia is in the Hollywood area, actually. So there is an area of Los Angeles that's identified as Little Armenia, despite the fact that so many Armenians live in Glendale. It's very close to Thai town as well. Also in Glendale, there's a large population, a sizable, at least, population of Filipino Americans. And I believe that we had testimony, I can't remember exactly where Filipino town was, if it's still in this district. So I can see, so it's not in there. So I mean, I can see connectivity between Glendale and some of these areas potentially. And I think, to me, if we started here and then later start thinking about making changes up above through the La Crescenta area, we've talked about this before. North of the 134 freeway, you see a big change in like the population density between the southern parts of Glendale and northern parts of Glendale. Going up into La Crescenta and Sunland, it becomes almost more rural in nature as you get closer to the mountains. So I could see, if we're going to start making cuts in Glendale, that there might be places where it makes sense to do so. But again, I don't recall receiving that much COI testimony about Glendale itself. So I think that remains an open question for me, but I wouldn't be opposed to, continuing in this path of these changes and seeing where it takes us. Because I think that it can allow us to bring together some of the areas where we have received a lot of COI testimony. For example, the West Hollywood, the Hollywood. Further south, we've had a bunch of testimony about school districts, transportation corridors in South LA, for example, that it might open up for us to bring together.
Okay, so in terms of, I'm trying to just rough out this district at this point, because as you say, it'll impact all of these other areas. So if we can figure out where to take out some population, and give direction in that regard, so that we can start looking at other districts around the area.
Correct. So that's why, for me, I think keeping Silver Lake for now, just as a general direction moving forward, pulling in, keeping Silver Lake with NELA for now, and we can put that on our priority list for Jamie to work on offline, perhaps. And then making the change, I think it was Beverly Hills, Mid-City West, maybe Wilshire, all going into that Glen LA district for now. And again, maybe some changes, whether it's the 134 or further up, making maybe one single cut to the city of Glendale if need be. And then seeing what changes that sets off further south in the map, in some of those districts closer to South LA, working back to pulling in downtown LA into the, what was it, the 110 district?
So it looks like Neil is overpopulated by 16%. So
Right.
we would be
so-
taking out at this point some area of downtown and Boyles Heights.
Boyles,
Do you have direction on what specifically you'd like to take out so that the commission can explore that?
I think specifically downtown LA and Boyle Heights.
Jamie, can you please highlight those areas? And I believe we have Chinatown and Japantown in this area as well, and we want to keep those whole.
I'll turn on the Little Tokyo Koi. So, and then Chinatown is further north, and Historic Cultural North Neighborhood Council. So, Commissioner Sadwani, if I could please clarify your direction, would it be to keep all of downtown LA, southern parts, maybe to include, previously in this discussion, the commission expressed interest in keeping Little Tokyo and Chinatown together.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, that's
thank
right.
you.
Keeping them together. And there has been COI testimony actually about that southern region of downtown Los Angeles where Skid Row is, and keeping it with areas further south and west, excuse me.
Commissioner Chennai, while we're doing this.
I just want to make sure that right now there's a little triangle that's going into Little Tokyo, that doesn't, we don't split Little Tokyo.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Just for the good of the conversation, wanting to say that we actually have over 200 comments in regards to Glendale. We've moved from beyond that, so I can come back to it later and talk about that area, but we do have communities of interest testimony there.
Excellent. Thank you. And we'll take more from Glendale if they want, and everywhere else in California. Commissioner Sidwani, is your hand still up?
So the area that's highlighted on the map, and I can definitely sort of clean this up and maybe I'm looking for sort of major streets here in downtown Los Angeles. Like I could try and adjust the line to follow Olympic, for example, or another larger street. But this highlighted area would change the percent deviation in Mila to 2.7% deviation. And I'll zoom out so we can see exactly what that would mean. But so with this, that would be 2.7%, which would include Eagle Rock, LaSalle Park, the Elysian Valley areas, and Silver Lake, and would not include Boyle Heights and southern areas of downtown Los Angeles. I believe if the commission wishes, there may be room to move sort of some of the Westlake neighborhood councils out, or of course, with the percent deviation, it would work to keep them.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, Jamie, can you zoom in on that little weird cone shaped thing that's where it says downtown Los Angeles, the jealous part under Historic Cultural Neighborhood Council? I just want to see the streets. Okay.
I wasn't sure what area you're talking about, but this is
yeah, that's exactly where I'm looking at. Okay. That's not necessarily Skid Row, that's more the Arts District up to 7th Street at the very least. And if that were to be removed, what would it do to the deviation? Ooh. So in other words, can you make the cutoff 7th Street? So then, so can you, Can you take in, yeah, right there, a little bit more there. And actually you could probably even go up to like 6th or 5th Street. So anything west of Alameda, like below, depending on who you ask it, 5th Street going, I guess on my screen going south. If you needed to close the deviation some more.
Thank you so much for that direction. Currently, so this is the river here, and then this is 7th and the 110. And the southern boundary here is the 10 freeway. I'm just going to zoom out, and then all of Boyle Heights right here is the boundary between Boyle Heights and the city of East Los Angeles. Removing these areas from the NELA district would make the percent deviation of NELA 1.87%.
Jamie, if you were to take that up to 6th Street, what would it do to the deviation?
And Commissioner Sinai, while we're waiting for that.
I just wanted to see if she can make the box a little bigger, that shows all the different, what's changing. Yeah, that box. Thanks.
I will do that once I select this area.
Yeah, when you're able.
So I also realized that in looking at this, it does get into some of the downtown financial districts. Sorry about that. I guess I shouldn't have said that wholesale. I think if you look at Los Angeles Street going west, I'll stop. Yeah. Okay. So Los Angeles Street West, you're getting into some of the financial districts. Also, Staples Center is that kind of corner. Yeah, right there. That's Staples Center, and that whole area that goes from probably, yeah, Los Angeles all the way to the 110 is part of more of a financial, and then also now the entertainment area because of Staples Center. And it's pretty gentrified, actually very gentrified,
So
as you saw.
Remove that area from the selection?
I think that's a question for others. I think to me, I think it belongs better with downtown LA.
Any other thoughts on that from the commission? Commissioner Sidwani, Commissioner Vasquez after that. If you're trying to talk, Commissioner Sidwani, I think you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. I mean, I could go both ways on that. I think that area is undergoing so much development, and it's putting a lot of pressure on historic communities that are in that region. You know, certainly as you go further down the 110, you're gonna cross into USC. I don't know which district exactly USC is falling into at this point in time. But the relationship between all of the development that's going on in this downtown LA, South LA area is a concern for, I believe, for a lot of the historic communities that reside in these areas. And certainly there's been a lot of COI testimony about the economic development and the socioeconomic status of communities throughout this region. So I could see making the case for it to stay in downtown LA. I could also certainly see the case for making it connect further south.
So let's hear from Commissioner Vasquez. Our deviation would be very good. It's at 0.42, if I'm saying this correctly, for NELA.
Yeah, I could also go both ways. I think maybe my suggestion would be to keep it as is for now, knowing that we may be able to sort of back off or move that particular like slice of downtown LA someplace else if it makes more sense down the line.
Any other feedback from other commissioners? If not, we're going to lock it in.
Can we just pull back some so I can see where we are?
Yes. Let's pull back,
Jamie?
Jamie.
Sorry, let's go a little bit here. So based on the change that I just made, the NELA district now includes Eagle Rock, LaSalle Park, Elysian Valley, Silver Lake, and does not include Boyle Heights and downtown LA south of 6th Street. And the percent deviation of this district is now 0.42%.
It's a very solid district in terms of deviation. Any other feedback on this? Commissioner Sadwani?
I mean, I definitely like the direction that we're going with the NELA district. I certainly hear commissioners' concerns about the Silver Lake piece and potentially Glendale, and I would keep that on our list of take homes for Jamie for tomorrow, just to explore some of what may or may not be options for those areas. But I like the look of this. Obviously, it's setting off a bunch of ripple effects in other areas that we now need to clean up, but I'd be curious to hear what others are thinking.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Yee after that.
Yeah, Jamie, can you zoom in again on that southwest corner, the Westlake South area of the map, and that Staples Center area again? I just want to take a look at that again. Okay. I was just, my other thought was, and I was just, anyways, it's okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, just wanted to push ahead and think about, okay, so where are we going to get population for Glen LA? And it looks like it basically has to come up from 110 LA somehow through N10, right? So I'm wondering, Jamie, if you just if you have any imaginations that suggestions you can offer right now, maybe we could start thinking about those.
And I think Commissioner Turner was looking at COI data for that area as well. So I don't know if she has any input on the COI data. Glendale area. Oh, Commissioner Sinai has some COI information as well.
Well, earlier you had mentioned Culver City, and there's been Culver City is an interesting COI when you read through all the different ones. But moving Culver City to, moving it up to, I guess would it be to the N10 that you had mentioned earlier, or to the Glen? Sorry, I couldn't remember exactly what you said.
If you wish to explore moving it to N10, then there would be like point contiguity. It's contiguous with the west side.
Okay,
district.
yeah, then the west
we would
side,
need
I'm
to move
sorry.
it there.
Yeah. Oh, and it's at negative. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so that was
Should
kind
we
of the,
explore that now?
yeah. Depends on what my colleagues say, sorry.
Can you remind me what the what your proposed direction is?
Taking Culver City and moving it to the west side.
Can you highlight Culver City for us? Commissioner
Holmes
Kutagawa,
neighborhood.
do you have any comment on that?
I mean, I'm reading the COI testimony. It's kind of one of those, transition kind of, it could go either way.
So right now, what's highlighted on the map is Culver City, this change would make Culver City whole in the AD West Side District. Right now it's split at the 405. And then also including Palms neighborhood, again, just to keep your districts contiguous. This would make the AD West Side District 9.69% deviation, and the 110 LA still be overpopulation. It would be 13.92% deviation. Just kind of zooming the map out a little bit. So the AD West Side District would need to lose population. And also there is opportunity, I think, for there to be, other changes if you wanted to also kind of use the N10 district, which right now has a really high or relatively higher population or deviation. It's 3.99%. So there, I think, could be an opportunity to lessen that and then to sort of move population around sort of throughout these districts.
Any concern with adding Culver
Yeah.
City? Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, because I think Culver City, there's a lot of COI testimony that speaks about Culver City being in the same district with West Adams and Ladera Heights. And I'm wondering, and so that's period. And in addition to that, I'm wondering more about West Mid-City moving into the area or maybe up there, yeah. And the Wilshire, I don't know, I'm looking more to the north to move over as opposed to some of these areas. We've lots of COI testimony about keeping Culver City, Mid-City, West Adams, down that Crenshaw corridor and then going on down into those areas. So I'm just looking for other opportunities to not move Culver City out of the COI.
So let's look at other areas at this point. And your suggestion, Commissioner Turner, would be to
Mid-City West.
can we get Mid-City West highlighted?
Yes, and where would you like to move it to? To the Glendale-based district?
Yes.
Change would make the Glen LA districts percent deviation negative 1.31%. It would make the N10% deviation negative 8.27% deviation.
-8. Is everyone comfortable locking this in? Any concerns about locking this in? Commissioner Sinai, then Sadwani, and then Akutagawa. No concerns? Okay, Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, no, I don't have any concerns about that. I think, Jamie, when you had kind of walked us through some possibilities in this area, I think you had suggested, to move into Glen LA, the possibility of Beverly Hills, Mid-City West, Wilshire, in order to populate Glen LA. which then opens up opportunities further southward to keep some of those COIs together. Was that correct?
I apologize. I missed the last or the first part of the last sentence that you said.
The first part of the last.
So to do what south? Oh, to move the boundary of N10 southward?
If we moved Mid-City West, Wilshire, and Beverly Hills into Glen LA, because right now it's under population.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that you had suggested that might be a way of kind of moving population so that we can ultimately get back and reorient this district further down, the 110 LA, that's overpopulated.
Yeah, and right now, again, it's overpopulated by almost 27%.
Mm-hmm.
So,
so can you walk us through, like, if we were to go in that direction, what can you just? I know you did this once before, but could you just walk us through that one more time? So if we did Mid-City West, Wilshire, Beverly Hills into Glen LA.
City West, Wilshire, Beverly Hills into LA. Then moving Beverly Hills out of the West Side District would leave the West Side District underpopulated.
Right.
So then we would need to pick up population from somewhere. That could be Palms and Culver City.
Mm-hmm.
Could be, and sort of looking really just at these districts here that the commission's been working on so far. Another option would be to start at like Pico, Mid-City, et cetera. And previously in visualizations, the commission has expressed not wanting Pico in these areas to be with the West Side. So that kind of would leave Culver City and Palms as part of it. And then to balance district here in N10, one option could be to try and grab some of this Westlake area and include that with the N10. It could be to include West Adams with N10. I think there is some flexibility here because it's so densely populated that it wouldn't necessarily be a geographically really large change. If you did not want to include Culver City,
well, and it could be, and this is just something for my colleagues to consider, right? We've talked about this notion before of sharing the pain, where a community of interest may not be kept together in one set of maps, such as this assembly map. Perhaps it can be kept together in a congressional or Senate map. If we, because I think there has also been testimony about Culver City being kept with the West Side as well. So it could be the case that perhaps it's split from Ladera Heights here, but in another map it's not.
Okay, so let's hear from Commissioner Sanai and Akutagawa.
Sorry, I'm going to go back to Boyle Heights because in looking at the COI testimony, it's very clear that Boyle Heights wants to go east towards Pico Rivera. And so I'm just, West, sorry. One person said east, and ever since then, it's got us all messed up. West, thank you, to Pico Rivera. And I'm just concerned that going south is we're not listening to what that most likely the community would want it to stay with East LA if we, is there a way for Boyle Heights to go in that direction versus south? Or is this another share the pain?
Commissioner Akutagawa and then Commissioner Taylor, and then we'll see if we can answer that question.
Yeah, Jamie, could
and
you?
Lunchtime is it's almost lunchtime too, so let's try to, Commissioner Akutagawa, go ahead.
Yeah, just, Jamie, could you zoom in on Mid-City West? I just want to see what is included in that area. Can you zoom in more?
So Mid-City West includes like the Grove. This is La Brea,
Yeah,
and then roughly bounded by
Yeah.
Olympic, the south, and then,
Yeah.
up against Beverly Hills and West Hollywood.
yeah, so it includes like the Beverly Center as well as Cedars-Sinai Hospital as well too, I think, if it's, yeah. La Cienega, or maybe not. Okay.
Yeah, Cedars-Sinai is right here, so it is
Okay.
in Mid-City West.
Okay, yeah, because this little area here is, of course, I'm waving my cursor and you can't see it. Okay, I just wanted to get a sense of where we are. Just another question in terms of this Glen LA. We haven't really explored it, but what about going, to the north part of Glen LA and looking at, like some of the mountain communities? I've read some COI testimony that also spoke to some affinities and alliances between La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and I don't know what's that other city, that other little space. It's an unincorporated area next to
La Crescenta.
Yeah, La Crescenta. I did see some COI testimony about Glendale and also Burbank, but I understand that we can't move Burbank. But I'm just thinking if we were to go to the north and include La Crescenta and La Cañada, then we could, would that, I know the ripple effects would probably then go east, but would that also then give us more options, or are we blocked in? I know there's several VRA districts in that, in that eastern San Bernardino, eastern LA and San Bernardino Riverside border, but just a thought in terms of, your perspective on that, if we go north for Glen LA.
That question, I think that if we pulled population from that area, so the very eastern 210 corridor area, or excuse me, western 210 corridor area, that would, I believe, there's a couple options, of course, but it would maybe split Victor Valley. Or kind of would need, because of these areas where there are VRA considerations, would need to pull from this Victor Valley based district, so that, if not Victor Valley itself, would need to pull area maybe from Big Bear area. If that was underpopulated, then I guess it depends on the route that you wanted to take in terms of balancing, but could either cause really big ripple effects or really big population swaps that potentially would have San Bernardino and Inyo together, for example, pulling part of Inyo County or all of Inyo County south, potentially would require splitting Antelope Valley, and then would impact the rest of San Fernando Valley as well.
Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, thank you. And sort of not to leave Commissioner Sadwani hanging. So when I think of the share the pain, I think that we're drawing district lines consistently throughout the state. So we're doing what's best for the entire state. So it might hurt equally throughout. I would hate for us to fall into maybe the trap of having to repay a given area or community because we drew another district in a certain way. So I think that we draw them all individually, and that they draw the best maps possible for that given area. Thank you.
Appreciate that feedback, Commissioner Taylor. So we will be going to lunch now. It's 2:20. I'd appreciate it if all of the commissioners, I know you're already doing that, would take a look at the maps during your lunch when you have some time. after you eat, and give consideration of what other changes you'd like to see in the maps. We are hoping to get through Los Angeles, and or at least the sections of Los Angeles that we have outlined in our run of show by the end of the day. So let's and getting into San Diego and Orange County. So let's take lunch, and maybe you guys can look through your testimony and your notes, and come back with some direction for the line drawers. Thank you. So we are in recess for lunch 45-minute lunch.
You're live.
Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We're visualizing in Los Angeles region. Just want to remind commissioners that we are trying to get to decision points here. At this point, we have Neela visualized, and I am hearing that Jamie is working on trying to implement some of our vision across the districts. At this point, I'm going to take final direction on this area, and then we will move on to the VRA districts, because the VRA districts is where we want to spend some of our time, just to make sure that that the districts reflect our thinking and vision for this area, and the COIs that are represented. And if that's the case, then we will take direction on those areas. So any further direction on or discussion on the districts that we're at this point? And Jamie, it'd be helpful if you could just give us a little bit of any further direction that you might need before, so you can work on these during overnight.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I'm going to move the pending changes box away just to kind of look at it a little bit better. I think that as the commission's goal is to balance all of these districts, I think, and because the commission in this meeting and in previous meetings has touched on all of these areas, I think that I would be comfortable trying some options, out for you, keeping in mind some of the discussion that has been had today surrounding these areas, and kind of working with the general framework that is here right now, if the commission is comfortable with that, of course.
Yes, and is there any other feedback regarding the discussion, any decision points that we might need to make that would be impacting these areas at this point before we move on to VRA? Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just food for thought. There is a Jewish community in that Mid-City West neighborhood council area, and I think being
so.
I don't know if it meant.
Sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but just to try to stay high level and on the decision points that we had been. We'll come back to minor refinements, but any of the larger issues that we have been looking at in terms of decision points. Commissioner Fernandez, do you have any?
I don't know if this falls into it because it looks like we're possibly going to go into the AD West Side, and I just remember quite a bit of input that we've received regarding coastal communities staying together. So it looks like some of this might be broken up. So I'm not sure what our direction is going to be for that, but I just wanted to make sure that I highlighted that because it looks like we may be going into that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And we may need to break up some of these communities in order to implement the vision that we've had. And we don't want to do that if we don't have to, but we may need to. All right, with that, let's move on to VRA districts. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I was just going to, that's fine. I was just going to ask if we need to try to solve the Glen LA district right now. So thank you.
So we'll, Jamie is going to take everything all the information that she's gleaned from this conversation and from past history and try to reconcile it all and trying to come up with some options for us for tomorrow. That'll hopefully help us work these issues through and get us to refinements, or rather for Thursday. So soon, we're going to get them soon and work through them. But for now, let's move on to the VRA districts, as we are trying to work through the VRA districts and into Orange County, and hopefully end up in San Diego. So Neil, actually, Jamie, can you focus us on the VRA district, the map? And I think this is just a question for the whole commission. So you can see all of our VRA districts at this point. Is the commission comfortable with these districts? Or are there certain refinements that we want to make to these areas? Commissioner Sinai.
Are we sticking to north of LA, or are we looking at the border as well with Orange County?
So right now we're looking at the VRA districts and the highlighted
LA.
VRA districts and staying within the VRA districts.
Well,
of course, unless we need to shift them around.
Oh, okay.
But it's the VRA districts. They might morph a little bit, but still it's the yellow VRA districts.
Okay, I think I'm comfortable with them. I still feel that the AD5 corridor is high. And I'm curious at some point to look at kind of the AD5 corridor going kind of into Fullerton, into the Santa Ana, just kind of thinking through that piece a little bit, and La Habra, if there's some way to work that all in together.
Are you suggesting connecting Orange County, the orange area with?
Well, I didn't want to say the word Orange County since we're staying in LA, but yes, I would like to see if we could, use, if there is a way to create, to work through to Orange County, looking at La Habra, Brea, Fullerton, or Placentia. I mean, we would need to look at what needs to be looked at, how it needs to work, but that would affect, I think, that AD5 corridor and the Santa Ana, or whatever the SAA one is.
Jamie, do you have any suggestions on this area right here, the La Habra, Brea, Placentia, Fullerton area, on where that might, where those communities, and of course, looking at the community of interest and testimony as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, Commissioner Sinai, for that feedback, and Chair Toledo for your question. I think that there would be room to play around with this. It's definitely something that Sivan and I would be happy to do. Specific situations, specific suggestions, because this area, there is so much overlap, I would want to work through that with Sivan probably, who definitely knows a lot more about all the community of interest, testimony, et cetera, in Orange County than I do. But just from a more zoomed out perspective, just looking at the makeup of these districts as they're currently drawn, I think that there is definitely wiggle room probably to, potentially move La Habra, for example, into the 80-60 corridor. I think that there's probably wiggle room across the Orange County, LA border in these areas, and potentially between the 60 corridor district and the 5 corridor district. If the commission is comfortable with sort of like blending some of these areas here in the Whittiers, essentially, or maybe having Pico Rivera. So basically off the top of my head, I think that there's options and specific suggestions. I think that, again, because there's just so much overlap with Sivan, then I would want to be able to work through those with her. and would love to hear any specific suggestions from the commission.
So if there are any specific suggestions, it's time to hear them now. Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Sandwani, if you can focus on this area right now. If not, we'll come back to you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I guess I hear what Commissioner Sinai is asking. I also want to just note that COI testimony does speak to specifically the cities of Downey and Norwalk, and I believe Santa Fe Springs is in that mix there too. La Mirada, those cities particularly being, I believe I saw one COI testimony saying that Downey is the Latino Beverly Hills. And so generally speaking, and also seeing some affinities also that mentioned Pico Rivera and Montebello as well too. Are we talking about, I guess I just want to understand what Commissioner Sinai is asking. Are we talking about breaking this up and creating perhaps another district between the 5 corridor, 85 core, and 8060 core? I think I'm just trying to understand what we're doing here now. Thank you.
So at this point, we're exploring the possibility of adding these communities that are connecting Orange County with districts, and if there's a potential to add another district, then we would explore that possibility. But it's if there's a potential, there may or may not be, and that's something that Jamie can work through. Commissioner Shadwani.
Sorry about that. Yeah, and apologies for being a couple minutes late here. We received quite a bit of COI testimony for that Santa Ana district. We're looking at the area along that border. So I think my sense is that I would be very open to seeing Jamie and Sivan exploring, totally okay to come into Buena Park, La Habra, maybe even parts of Brea. And for the Santa Ana one, we've gotten quite a bit of testimony about it. Currently, it's slightly underpopulated, so raising it up into South Fullerton. I believe that, as a VRA district, if we took a look at where populations lie, I think it would make a lot of sense. I'm sure we can go back to some of the testimony that we've received. There were specific streets and such that were given. I don't have them in front of me, but happy to look that up for Jamie as some take-home work. Thank you.
Jamie, do you have any?
Thank you. I do have a clarifying question, since we're sort of talking about everything in these areas, which is, what are thoughts on Artesia, Cerritos, La Palma, sort of this whole area right here? Previously, I'd received direction to keep Artesia and Cerritos separate from other cities in Los Angeles, and wondering, I guess kind of want to take the temperature of that right now.
Commissioner Shadwani, is your hand up?
Well, I never put it down, but I'm happy to give my response to that. I think the piece about Artesia and Cerritos is that it's a mixed area, and we've definitely gotten a lot of testimony from the South Asian and Amemsa communities. Artesia Cerritos is home to Little India. That being said, there's also a sizable Latino community. It's right in the heart of VRA districts, and so while I would like to do our best to uphold communities of interest, I think if it's necessary for them to populate our VRA districts, that is our number 2 priority. And for me, I don't want to set any hard and fast rules about Artesia and Cerritos if they need to be used from a VRA standpoint to meet our obligations to communities in that area. That being said, I certainly want to uplift that we've heard that loud and clear, that there are key communities of interest there, but certainly there's a business district there that and services that are serving the South Asian and Amemsa communities, but VRA is our number 2 priority.
So quick question for the commission is, if it's necessary to break up communities in order to fulfill the VRA compliance requirements, or to create the districts that we need to do in this area, is everyone comfortable with that? And of course, we're going to be getting visualizations. We'll get them back and then be able to make any refinements. But at this point, are we okay with giving Jamie the discretion to potentially break up cities and cities? At this point, the counties, yes, that's the direction, but cities and little communities here. So just think about that as we go through. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I mean, I'm a little bit torn because I think, I hear what Commissioner Sadwani is saying. I think, she's right. I mean, we have to keep into account what the VRA districts need to have to ensure, that we meet or that we meet what the VRA requires. With that said, I think what's complicated there is that, to me, there are ripple effects, particularly Cerritos, Artesia, La Palma, and Buena Park, because there's the South Asian Amimsa communities, but there's also a sizable Korean community that are within the La Palma, Buena Park, Fullerton areas, and yet, that connection also to La Palma and Buena Park is also there too. So I guess that's where I'm a little torn in terms of being able to honor that, but I also agree with what Commissioner Sadwani is saying. I also am curious again. I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely okay with I think crossing the county lines. I think at the same time too, I generally speaking, these assembly districts are not super bad, other than the Latino CVEP on the A5 corridor one being, particularly high. But I think we also found that those are very dense areas as well too, from a Latino population perspective. So I don't know. I think perhaps just giving Jamie the broadest discretion right now might be the best thing. And I'm wondering if people are also willing to restructuring the Carson, the 80 South LA and the 80 LBC as well too, as part of this.
Thank you. And then also, as part of this discretion, the discretion to potentially build an additional, well, actually there likely, I mean, I don't think there probably is enough population here for an additional VRA district. I think that was been our discussion, but explore opportunities for that as well. Commissioner Sinai.
I did want to see if Mr. Becker was around to discuss this area and to see if we have further VRA analysis in this area.
And since we're talking about Orange County, it'd be good to get an update on that as well. If he's available.
I'm here. So I've checked in with Dr. Gall. The way the elections were structured under the previous districting plan means it's impossible, given the elections we've analyzed to date, to isolate those areas for racially polarized voting. It does appear that these areas do not have consistent concentrations of Hispanics. Some have significant concentrations, others much less so. For instance, if memory serves, La Habra has significant concentrations of Latinos. I believe that these areas very likely still fall under Voting Rights Act considerations, but we're discussing how to get more refined analysis on this, given that the previous districts did not allow us much opportunity to isolate some of these smaller areas from within particular districts. There are other areas where two districts overlap, but where they overlap is on a particular area, so we can isolate those areas a little easier. Here, that's not the case, so it's a little more troubling. It's a little more difficult to analyze with absolute precision. So I think for now, I think it's likely that this northern Orange County area is an area of Voting Rights Act concerns.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, and if we've talked about this, I apologize. But the ADSTHLA, Mr. Becker, could you give me some information on that in terms of VRA considerations? Because obviously it's right next to the gateway and also to the 85 corridor.
So we did not find consistently the three jingles preconditions in that area of South LA. So we do not believe the Voting Rights Act requires that a particular district be drawn at particular levels.
Thank you. Can we move the map back up to the VRA district so that we can see more of them? So at this point, we're working through the VRA districts, and perhaps we may need to take one at a time. Commissioner Fornashari.
So I guess based on what Mr. Becker just said about, they're working on further analysis in North Orange County. I'm wondering if we want to not have Jamie spend her time looking at a VRA district there at this point and until we've got that further analysis. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Mr. Becker, do you have any feedback on that?
So I think the advice right now is that the Voting Rights Act applies to those areas. I don't know that we're going to find evidence that would reduce the impact of that, because given the existing elections that have been analyzed, those areas, again, we're talking about northern Orange County, La Habra, Brea, Fullerton, and even into that in LA County, Cerritos, likely require Voting Rights Act consideration. So I think it would probably be wise to do that. If you don't like where you are on that, we can try to look at additional evidence, but I think it's highly likely that that's an area that where Voting Rights Act considerations are going to be significant.
So with that in mind, we should probably include these in our VRA areas. And if we need to do further refinement later, if we get evidence, we can always do that. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I was just going to ask a question of Jamie here. I know, Jamie, we've gone through numerous visualizations of this region, so I'd really like to be able to lean on your experience there. I'm just trying to think of how do we then cover places like La Habra and Buena Park. My sense in Fullerton, and I'll look forward to that additional analysis, but my sense is Fullerton is the covered areas are probably the South Fullerton area, if I had to wager a guess on that. If we're going to try to have coverage over Buena Park and La Habra, my sense then is that some of the population needs to shift downward. The districts need to shift further down across the Orange County border. I'm just wondering if, Jamie, you have thoughts about how or where to do that. I'm curious about, for example, maybe like someplace like Glendora in the East San Gabriel Valley district. If we started removing from places like that and shifting populations somewhat further downward, if that would ultimately lead us to a place of potentially covering some of these areas. Or alternatively, if we had visualizations from prior weeks that you want to remind us of, that would be helpful too.
Thank you for that question. In terms of the West San Gabriel Valley and East San Gabriel Valley districts, those two haven't changed all that much over the course of the visualizations. In terms of just population, I think it would be possible to include, for example, La Habra into the 80-60 corridor. And keeping in mind trying to keep communities of interest together in these districts. For example, the commission has heard a lot about Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, for example, keeping those together in the 80-60 corridor. I think that there could be some potentially changes to the East San Gabriel Valley southern border with the AD60 corridor district. And I would say also that maybe removing some of these areas, for example, into the East San Gabriel Valley district, could potentially bring down the Latino CVAP of 80-60 corridor. So I think that would look at something like potentially splitting Montebello and Pico Rivera, moving, potentially splitting the Downey, Santa Fe Springs, Norwalk, Coy. And again, that would just be, for population purposes and for Latino CVAP purposes. I think that it would not be difficult to move Buena Park, Artesia, Cerritos areas into LA County based districts and still maintain that CVAP. I do think that it could end up coming out in the wash, so to speak, in Long Beach by splitting Long Beach. It's just a guess. And I think that without delving a little bit deeper, just because Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights were sort of out of the mix of these for a while, that I don't have like a definitive answer for you in terms of exactly what they would end up looking like. But just based on working with the map so much, that is like, if I were mapping this, that is where I would start.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I just follow up on that?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, given that, I think that's really helpful. So thank you, and puts things into perspective. I would say, VRA is our second criteria. So making sure that we cover those areas that need coverage is extraordinarily important. That being said, hearing all of the potential changes that you just mentioned, for me, two things really stand out, which would be priorities for. I'm curious to hear where others fall, but maintaining that COI between Hacienda Heights, Diamond Bar, Walnut, et cetera, which we've heard a whole lot about. So maintaining that within a VRA district, even if that means, some of the changes that you mentioned on the southern boundary of East San Gabriel Valley, if that might mean, taking Whittier into play, but instead using La Habra there, right? Like, I think that those could be potential things, but keeping that COI together. And then as it relates to Long Beach, I think what we've heard is if we have to cut Long Beach, do so in a way that is consistent with some of the testimony that we've received. And so we have heard from the Long Beach folks about potential areas of where to cut. So I would want to try our best, if possible, if we have to cut into Long Beach, to do so in a way that respects some of that communities of interest testimony. We've heard from them over and over again about keeping them together. I'm open to the cuts, but doing so in a way that's still respectful of those COIs. So those would be two priorities for me as we continue to make those changes in order to meet those VRA obligations.
Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani. Mr. Becker, I'm just curious, in terms of your thoughts in terms of VRA compliance and VRA districts and the La Habra area, but also even up to Chino Hills. So any thoughts around this at this point? And our constraints, because we're constrained by total population and contiguity and such.
So although Chino Hills and Yorba Linda were in districts where that included the kind of racially polarized voting and all of the jingles preconditions that would encompass Voting Rights Act protections, it does appear that the Latino populations in those two areas is relatively small, certainly compared to concentrations we might see in some of the areas to the west of that. I'd want to take a look at how I can't really say for sure that a district would either be problematic or fine with the Voting Rights Act. I think if we overlaid the Latino CVAP in those areas, we'll see that the block level Latino CVAP is relatively low in Chino Hills and Yorba Linda, whereas in a place like La Habra and perhaps some other areas there, I think areas of Fullerton, perhaps even into Buena Park and Cerritos, we'll see slightly higher concentrations that would implicate the Voting Rights Act, where if there was an area that was within a Voting Rights Act district or should be within a Voting Rights Act district before and is hard to analyze separately, but where there just aren't concentrations of minorities that would be protected, it would likely be, it would be highly likely to be justifiable to leave those areas out of a Voting Rights Act district.
Thank you. All right. So at this point, we're exploring COIs that we potentially want to keep together while we make these refinements. Commissioner Kutagawa.
To Mr. Becker's point, would it be appropriate to request to see the, I guess the Latino population in these areas? I think there's a map layer that you've shown.
Yeah, I think if the, I don't know, Jamie, I don't know who's controlling the screen, but if we can get the Latino CVAP blocks, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so as we discussed, the orange areas, the darker the orange, the more intense the concentration and percentage of Latinos in this. And as you can see, as we get into the western part of Placentia, into La Habra, Brea, southern part of Fullerton for sure, Buena Park, we start seeing those concentrations. Yorba Linda and Chino Hills, not very much, a little bit on the eastern edge of Chino Hills, which may be given those concentrations could be included in a maybe the PCO district.
Thank you. So at this point we have the COIs that Commissioner Sadwani mentioned in terms of trying to keep those together if possible, while also prioritizing the VRA. Any other areas in these maps? Or is the silence that I'm saying indicative of the fact that we are very comfortable with these, at least the area that is covered under VRA compliance? Well, seeing no hands raised, I'm taking that we are very comfortable with this area, and the addition of La Habra and some of the Fullerton area, Brea, and the Placentia area. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I was going to ask about whether it made more sense to add Fullerton to the Santa Ana district, that southern part of Fullerton, but I think it would boost the Latino CVAP up a little too high. So I won't ask that. I also wanted to perhaps, I think in here, if I heard Commissioner Sadwani correctly, I think there's going to be some shifts from 80-60 corridor to 85 corridor to the Gateway. And I'm just thinking that, for example, whether it's breaking up Long Beach and or perhaps maybe, I recall from COI testimony that Lakewood and Hawaiian Gardens also could be a comfortable fit with Long Beach, but that would mean breaking up Long Beach to accommodate, some of the, additional population, but then that would also allow some other shifts. I'm thinking like, for example, up in the Maidwood, the Bell Gardens, area, maybe that could be also shifted to the 80 Gateway, or perhaps the inclusion of Cerritos and Artesia in some combination of this district may also bring down some of the Latino CVAP in a way that may also help even out some of the numbers there as well too. And then I also was thinking about what she was saying about perhaps pushing up some of that 80-60 corridor, into the East San Gabriel Valley district as well too, perhaps moving some of like Glendora, I think she mentioned moving that out. That I'm just thinking back to the earlier conversation about Glen LA, and perhaps instead of going south, we go north with the addition of Glendora to that district. That may also help even out some of the numbers without completely dismantling everything. But Jamie, I think the commission has just given direction to take our inputs and just try to figure out what those options could be.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. You know, I'm seeing that Fullerton does have a potential district line going through it already. You know, my sense from what we've heard from communities of interest in Fullerton, it is a pretty complex place, and you know, I think we should not try to treat Fullerton as monolithic. If we need to split it further to really reflect and respect the communities of interest there, you know, I think we need to look at that. Let's not feel obliged to have Fullerton as a single entity as we move through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, or not Karen, Jamie, are you able to highlight the Fullerton area and the divide that Commissioner Kennedy is speaking of?
This is Fullerton, and without, I guess, a more specific direction in terms of what area.
Can you put the Latino CVAP up?
Oh, absolutely.
Because that might help us find that divide.
Yeah.
And then Commissioner Kennedy, do you have any
Follow-up.
follow-up with
Yes,
that?
thank you. So what my sense is that we've heard that Chapman is a reasonable dividing line north-south, but there's also the Korean community in northwestern. So it could be that the Korean community in northwestern Fullerton goes with Buena Park. The southern part below Chapman goes with, you know, the flatlands part of Anaheim, and that the northeastern part goes with Brea, Placentia, and Yorba Linda in another district. That's, you know, what's going through my mind at this point, or a potentially useful way of looking at where lines might go in Fullerton right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, no, I was just looking at some of the input that we received, and it really does get conflicting after a while, because you've got some that want Buena Park, Anaheim, Brea, Placentia, Cypress, and then you have some that include Fullerton. So I think whichever way we go, it's going to be difficult to try to accommodate all of the communities of interest. So I think Commissioner Kennedy's correct. We'll probably need to maybe break some of these up.
So Jamie, what might be helpful is you highlight the areas that have VRA considerations at this point, and that we include them somewhere, and then you can work through it, just so that we have consensus on these VRA areas. So at this point, what I'm hearing is, and you can help me with this, what I'm hearing is Placentia, Brea, La Habra, southern part of Fullerton, although you know, contiguities may be an issue unless we explore other opportunities. Buena Park, La Palma, Cypress, Artesia, and Cerritos. So if you could highlight those so that we can get them into somewhere. I know it's going to throw off the deviations, but just so that they're highlighted at this point.
Sure. 1 second.
And in the meantime, we'll take feedback from Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I think Brea, if you put the Latino CVAP again, I think it looked like Brea, kind of like, I know it makes it kind of weird, but Brea, a little bit like Fullerton, has a section that is not as heavily, it doesn't have as big of a Latino CVAP there, and maybe may require potentially breaking up Brea also, and perhaps putting that northern eastern portion to the north with the Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, La Habra Heights areas, because they may have more. I know that there's some commonalities, and I think there's been some COI testimony about that also being an area of interest in terms of a COI with some of those areas within Diamond Bar and Roland Heights and Hacienda Heights and Walnut.
So what I heard from VRA Council was that we should incorporate all of these areas into our VRA region, and from what we all heard. And then if there's additional evidence that areas shouldn't be included, then we can refine those later. And so at this point, Jamie, if you could highlight these areas, then we will figure out. At this point, we need to figure out where to put them, right? And we need your help in identifying the best home for these. Commissioner Sinai, and then Fornishari.
I was just going to say, we've gone through different iterations of the work that we're doing, and we cannot go back to visualizing. We really need to move forward. There are areas that we have prioritized that still need work, but in other areas we've spent a lot of time. Yes, at this point we have 21, almost 22,000 engagements, and the truth is we could probably find a community of interest to back anything we want to do, because I still am a firm believer that there's probably over 40 million different perspectives on what we're doing. So it's time we follow the criteria, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and pull away, I hate to put it this way, but use our heads more than our hearts. We got to use our hearts and listen and empathize and all that to create the structures we did and the visualizations we did. But now we need to use our heads and follow the criteria and just be okay with it. And we're not going to be happy with every decision, but we need to find a way to work together and move forward, because we have just spent a heck of a lot of time and moved what we said we were going to do today is not what we've done. We've gone back to, what about this? What about that? That was visualization. The what ifs are done. So I just ask that we all check ourselves, including myself, and really think through, where does this fall in the 6 criteria, and are we moving forward? Thank you.
That's a good reminder, Commissioner Sinai. And certainly the VRA is number 2 criteria, and we are filling out the VRA aspect of this map. So if, Karen, if you could, are these the areas that are, I believe there's still a little bit of Cypress and Placentia?
I highlighted the areas that were under discussion. This generally is about Chapman. I believe, and Mr. Becker, please correct me if I'm wrong, that you had kind of mentioned maybe just the western part of Placentia. I didn't hear Cypress, but of course happy to look at that too. And just so the commission and the public is aware, these cities, the area that's highlighted right now, the total population is about 355,000. And in all of this area, it's about 32% Latino CVAP. So these areas would need to be added to different districts. There's just not the population, or it wouldn't meet a VRA requirement. And I guess a question that I have is that is the commission wanting to adjust some of these potential VRA areas live, or is this something that we should go look at home overnight tonight, and then come back to you with options on Thursday.
So what we need to do today is figure out exactly what the VRA, or as much as we can with the information we have available, what the VRA area is. So the questions for Mr. Becker is, are there other areas that are not highlighted that should have VRA protection at this point, based on the analysis that we do have?
So a couple of points. I think that likely the area from Placentia and Brea, La Habra, Fullerton, Buena Park, Cerritos, Artesia, is that La Palma? Yeah. Based on the analysis we have of racially polarized voting, that has fallen within those areas. I think you can make an argument that Yorba Linda and Chino Hills probably less so. What I'm also want to be clear about is I'm not suggesting that there is an additional VRA district here. I don't know if the population can sustain that. I think that there's a possibility that these are areas that would be included in VRA districts and VRA considerations, but ultimately, this is the highlighted areas, for instance, are not. It's a lot of people, but it's not all the way up to an assembly district, and it is. It's only about. I think Jamie, you said about a third Latino CVAP, if I'm remembering correctly. So, so what I'm thinking here is likely if the rest of the structure is largely going to remain where it is, and I'm not suggesting changing it. And there's probably not an additional one here. The concentrations to the northwest of this area are just naturally high in an 85 corridor and 80 gateway. So there might be ways to add this. Certainly, looking at 80-60 corridor is an area that I would look at pretty closely, and to the Santa Ana district.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Any additional clarification, Jamie, on the VRA areas? Are you comfortable with the guidance that we have at this point?
Yes. I don't think we need.
And are you comfortable taking all this information and bringing it back to the commission in a day or two?
Yeah, absolutely. And we will work with your VRA team on these iterations. Thank you.
Thank you. So any last final refinements that we might have, small refinements that we might have to give guidance to Jamie as she does her work, remembering that that VRA is the second requirement, and not all COIs might be. Well, there is a possibility that some COIs may have to be split. Hearing none, it sounds like there's.
I do.
Oh,
Sorry.
Commissioner Sadwani and
too.
Akutagawa. Okay, sorry, I didn't. Your hands didn't appear on my screen. And Turner.
Are you going
too.
in order?
Yeah, so let's go Akutagawa, Sadwani, and Turner.
All right. That section that's below Buena Park and that triangle between Buena Park and Anaheim, I know that there is a Little Arabia Court. Is that part of Anaheim or is that part of Cypress? I'm a little unclear.
Yeah, that's part of the city of Anaheim.
Okay, because that section there was, when you had the Latino CVAP up, was also significantly Latino. That is in a different district than the Santa Ana district. And I guess I would like to see that also included in what Commissioner Toledo has asked us to look at. It seems like that would make sense to also, keep in that same grouping of cities. And at that point, does it just make sense to also include the entirety of Fullerton instead of splitting it, and then the entirety of potentially Placentia in that grouping as well too? Because what you had highlighted before, I know that the previous highlights did not include enough population, but would that bring up the population to a point where it could create, an entire district?
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I just, I guess I'll re-up and echo. Yes, Jamie, please work through the VRA Council and with Dr. Gall on this. I'm not entirely sure what we're trying to achieve here. My understanding of the VRA is ensuring that protected communities have the ability to elect the candidates of their choice. It seems to me that there's a weak or questionable piece coming from council about this area. It seems like it's really around La Habra. I would sense if it's, I'm just trying to clarify what needs to happen, right? So is it that La Habra needs to be within a VRA district? Is it, it seems fairly vague what it is that we're sending Jamie off to do. And so I suppose, yes, please do work with council. I will re-up my priority areas of keeping those COIs together of Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, Walnut, as well as maintaining as much of Long Beach as possible in order to do so. But it's not clear to me what it is that we're being advised to do exactly. But you know, certainly it seems La Habra makes sense. Certainly it seems like South Fullerton can go with the Santa Ana district. Beyond that, I'm not sure what else we need to do. Before we move on from Los Angeles, while I have this turn, I just wanted to also lift up Lawndale. This is not a VRA district. I don't know if that's going to get impacted by the other changes that we were looking at from NELA and that big whole workaround that we were working on earlier today that Jamie's going to work on tomorrow. But we definitely heard a lot of testimony over the last couple of weeks about keeping Inglewood, Hawthorne, Lenox, and Lawndale, I believe it was, and someone can correct me if I was wrong about that, together. There were school districts, I believe, that are connected in that area. So I just wanted to lift that up as a piece. It had also been raised in some of the priority pieces that we had discussed yesterday. So I just wanted to raise that before we move further south.
Thank you. And Mr. Becker, can you clarify the direction? My understanding of Mr. Becker's statements are that those areas need to be under a VRA area. So in a VRA district, not necessarily adding another district, but in a protected district. Can you clarify if that's correct, Mr. Becker?
Yeah, areas of Latino concentrations appear to be under VRA protections there, as I've indicated before. I think if that doesn't, I think I've given some specific suggestions as to which areas could be included in which districts and the likely fact that there's not another district here. But if the commissioners want to call a closed session, you're welcome to do that, and I can try to answer with more specificity.
I think you're very specific on that. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I appreciate Commissioner Sadwani going back to it. I needed to be reminded as well. And with the changes, currently the way we have the maps drawn, Cypress is not included with Los Alamitos and Seal Beach, but we also have a significant amount of COI testimony wanting those areas to be together. So as Jamie is going off considering other things, I just wanted to lift that up again.
Thank you. And that would be that Cypress be connected to
Los Alamitos and Seal Beach.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, going back to Commissioner Sadwani's mention of Lawndale, if Jamie could perhaps prepare a look at exchanging Lawndale for the northern part of Gardenia. I tried to look at COI testimony. I didn't see anything that would oppose such a change. I don't know if anyone else remembers anything, but so making Gardenia whole, exchanging that for Lawndale, that's about an even population swap. I know Gardenia wants to be with Torrance. Southern Gardenia wants to be with Torrance and so forth, and it would stay that way. But it would simply add the northern part of Gardenia.
Thank you. That's helpful. Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I think I want to go back at, again, just on the BRA district. I'm now just a little unclear. We're asking Jamie to go off and do all these things, and now we're adding in the non-BRA districts. But specifically, I haven't heard like absolute clarity. Are we asking Jamie to so one, I heard that council had, Mr. Becker has said that we need to incorporate in some of the areas along the LA Orange County border because they should be within a VRA district. Okay, so that's clear. 85 corridor, it was brought up. Do we need to? Are we asking for a restructure of that district? Are we also asking for a restructure of the Gateway district?
So at this point, what we're asking for is for Jamie to take the information around the VRA districts, the VRA district input that we received. That's going to have some impacts across the region, and she's going to work through those and bring it back to us. Recognizing that any minor change has impact everywhere in the maps surrounding them.
I understand that, but what's the goal that we're trying to achieve here? I think that's what's unclear.
So the goal, the first goal is to get to achieve VRA compliance, so that all areas that require VRA protection are protected, and while at the same time maintaining the COIs that have been mentioned intact as much as possible, recognizing that we may not always be able to do so in order to achieve VRA compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Yee? Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. So for example, if we are asking Jamie to incorporate La Habra into an existing VRA district because we don't have sufficient population to create another VRA district, then we would potentially or hypothetically be looking at incorporating La Habra into the 8060 corridor district, and then because we have underpopulated districts in both West and East San Gabriel Valley to the north of it, looking at where we might take some of the surplus population that we now have as a result of incorporating La Habra and shifting that population into the West and East San Gabriel Valley districts. Is that a reasonable interpretation of where we're going?
That's very reasonable, and that's
Thank
very
you.
accurate. that these changes will have some impact across the VRA areas and the surrounding areas, and we've visualized, as Commissioner Sinai has mentioned, we've visualized many of these things. We have various iterations. We've had discussion on all of these regions, and Jamie's going to attempt and do her best to try to honor as many of the COIs as she possibly can as she does this. And so we're going to trust Jamie and our staff and each other to work through these. And of course, we'll get them back and we'll look at them and refine them as needed with smaller refinements. Commissioner Sadwani, Commissioner Fornashari. We're at the VRA districts. It seems like we have we've given direction to the line drawers in terms of bringing us back.
Perfect. So then I think it's a question for the commission. Do we want to continue looking at VRA districts? We're looking at the one right now in orange. Do we want to continue and just skip over to San Diego and do any cleanup on those VRA districts that's in San Diego first? Or do you want to work through Orange County, working further down, which is perhaps what I would suggest. What I seem to recall was that the VRA district in San Diego, that Chula Vista one, was looking fairly good. But you all can be the judge of that if we want to lock that in first before we start making changes throughout the rest of the Orange County and down areas.
Since we've been making,
I have my hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Before we move on, Yeah, so I just want to come back to what Commissioner Kennedy said about West San Gabriel Valley and East San Gabriel Valley. My understanding is that we were pretty comfortable with the West San Gabriel Valley. So I guess I just want to make sure that we heard, like Commissioner Salwani said, about Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Walnut. I want to make sure, and I just want to lift up or reiterate, the COI testimony that we've heard quite a bit now from Monterey Park, San Gabriel, Alhambra in particular, as well as, if possible, San Marino, Arcadia, and Temple City, keeping them together. And so as any other ripple effect changes are being made, I just want to just make sure that we try to keep that as intact as possible in terms of that being a VRA district as well, too.
Thank you. Yes. Commissioner Fornasharik, then Ms. Clark.
Yeah, I guess I have a question for Ms. Clark. Considering the changes we're asking you to look at in North Orange County, is it worth at this point trying to go through the rest of the districts in South Orange County at this point in time? Or, how far do you see the impacts rippling down, or do you even have any idea at this point what that might look like?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Fornachari. I think that, and again, this is kind of Siobhan's area, but I think that from a zoomed out view, I think it would be possible to more or less kind of maintain some of the changes mostly to the Orange County based districts. Just in thinking about where your other areas are that have VRA considerations, and some of the wishes that you have, that you've expressed in terms of the structure of some of these districts, I do think that it could kind of mostly be almost like a clock or something in terms of those changes. And I know that Siobhan might be able to guide you through this a little bit more before you move to Southern California, so that Siobhan can be working off of these exact same maps that I am. I would need to just quickly pause to export our files, and then she could load that up. So if I may, then perhaps the commission could discuss what you would like to do next while I kind of pause here to send these files to Siobhan.
Thank you. So we do need to take a break to be able to get Siobhan if we're going to move on to Orange County and San Diego. But in the meantime, let's just take Commissioner Sanaya's question or comments, and then give Sanaya give Siobhan an opportunity to be able to get her screen up and prepare for the next round of visualizations. Commissioner Sanaya?
So I'm feeling the need to continue to look at the VRA districts to the east before we go any part of Orange County or San Diego, because all of that informs kind of the work that needs to be done. And I know that our agenda didn't have it set up that way, but I'm just feeling a little anxious that if we don't start here, the work we do in other places may be for naught.
Which areas are you speaking of in specific?
Imperial and San Bernardino VRAs. There's a lot of VRA districts here that really define what we can and can't do. And so I would like to see us, kind of like we did with LA and Orange County, say, okay, this VRA district is looking good, the structure's good, there might be some cleaning up to do, but that allows us to then know what we have to work with to fix what some of the communities have asked. I think a big one is, well, they're all kind of big, but, just that whole conversation around Coachella Valley. But anyway, I just think that we need to stay focused on VRAs.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Any thoughts from the commission? It's both Siobhan will be covering both of those areas, so she covers both of those areas, so she's able to do either. But I do know that that the schedule was put out, and I know some commissioners have been working through that schedule for preparation. So I just want to make sure that we are all comfortable with the direction, the schedule as given, or shifting at this point. So I'm curious if anyone is opposed to moving on to the Imperial Empire. Inland Empire, sorry. Long day. Sorry. Inland Empire. The plan has been to go to Orange County, then San Diego. So I'm just trying to get a sense of where we should direct Sylvan to and the mappers to.
It seems reasonable to me to do the VRA districts if I think that had been a top priority for everyone. So it would seem reasonable to me to make that shift.
Is everyone comfortable with that? That we'd continue on with just the VRA areas in the Inland Empire? Okay, so we'll transition to Sylvan. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to transition to Sylvan, and then after the break, I'm going to ask Commissioner Turner I have to take a call, and so Commissioner Turner will take over as chair, as I am not able to get through to our vice chair at this point, and so she'll take over as chair for while I'm out. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Thank you for hanging in there with us. I'm Commissioner Turner, and I am your stand-in chair for this next portion. And we have moved now to the Southern California Inland Empire, and we will be looking at the VRA districts there. And what we will do, we'll start with just kind of a general overview of the VRA districts in this area. So Jamie or Sivan, either of you, if you'll take us through these, or Mr. Becker, who's going to lead us through?
I think if we want to start with Sivan, Chair, if we want to just start with Sivan, she can talk about these a little bit, and then we can have Mr. Becker weigh in as needed.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Sivan, we're ready for you.
All right, so just looking in the kind of Inland Empire region, starting with PCO, currently at a negative 3.71 deviation and Latino CVAP of 57.91. Do you want me to give more description than that, or just kind of moving through them?
I think we can move through with that because you've given the kind of outline borders of what was in those areas before.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That feels okay for the other commissioners. Okay. Yep,
Perfect.
That sounds good.
All right, and then RCFR, which includes Rialto and Fontana, is at a deviation of 1.69 with a Latino CVAP of 55.85. And then moving just south is JRC. And this district is at a deviation of 2.09 and a Latino CVAP of 51.58. Just to the northeast is SBCHR. And this district is at a deviation of negative 4, so that's definitely on the higher end of our allowable deviation range. Could definitely look at moving some population into this district from surrounding districts. Currently at a Latino CVAP of 51.45. And then the final VRA consideration district in this area is MPH. This is slightly overpopulated at 0.52%. And is currently under what would be protected by the Voting Rights Act at 49.81%. So I would urge the commission to definitely make it a priority to get that number above 50% and lose some population potentially as well to balance that out. Just moving to the south is District CECA, Southeast California. This district is quite large. It goes all the way north into San Bernardino County from Imperial County and is currently at a deviation of 1.11 and a Latino CVAP of 3.93. Then our final VRA consideration district would be CVSY. And this is in the South Bay area of San Diego. And this is currently at a perfectly balanced 0% deviation with a 55.82% Latino CVAP.
Thank you, Sivan. Mr. Becker, did you have anything for us in this area before we go into it? Okay, perhaps not. I'd like to then, Commissioners, if it bodes well for you, I'd like to take a look at the area MPH, if we can start there, because as Sivan pointed out, it's a bit lower for a VRA district than we would want to have. And so would then take kind of comments from our commissioners. I see Commissioner Fernandez, Kennedy, and Yee.
Sivan, if we could just get the Latino,
Yeah,
the overlay.
I was going to ask actually,
Thank
Jamie,
you.
if you could stop sharing your screen, I can start a new share. We were just overlapping here a little bit.
Thank you. That'll help us as we move forward.
Sorry, let me just get that turned on. And it is not saving my settings. So just 1 second while I get that configured. So sorry about that.
And I do see Mr. Becker. I don't know if you had any comments on the VRA districts that we just went over, if you had any comments that you wanted to weigh in before we.
Well, I came in, we were on a separate call, but I came in, if you can zoom in on MPH, please.
Absolutely, one moment.
Can you, with Latino CVAP, please?
This is with Latino CVAP on, and this is the range of percentage.
I'm sorry, I mean the on the label.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
On
the label.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, let me turn that on. So sorry about that.
It's okay, thanks.
And when you finish that, Sivan, at some point, if you could darken the boundaries a bit.
Okay. I'm actually going to turn on just the layer for the, so.
That works great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I'll just note, obviously, this is at the high end of population, the high end of the legal limit. It's overpopulated against the ideal. And the Latino CVAP is below 50%, just a touch, which is probably slightly low for this area of Voting Rights Act concern. And I know there were some suggested changes that have been discussed that might resolve this, I think, hopefully pretty easily. So I won't say anything more about that because I think I think some of the commissioners had some direction and some ideas they wanted to explore there.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. We had Commissioner Fernandez. Were you first, or did you? Oh, you went already. Okay, Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a suggestion that we start by moving Winchester into Southwest Riverside, and perhaps the unincorporated portion to the west of that as well.
Chair, I'm just going to wait for your direction in case there are multiple inputs from Commissioner.
Yeah, we'll start with Commissioner Yee's suggestion. That was Winchester. And Commissioner Yee, your voice cut out a bit for me. Was it what was the other one?
Just the unincorporated portion west of it as well.
And that was moving that into the SECA
No,
district?
Southwest,
Sorry.
SW Riverside.
Oh, SW Riverside. Okay, thank you.
I'm interested in Hemet as well, but that has 90,000 people, so.
All right, so this selected area, let me just bring up the pending changes so you all can see that. So,
Can we make that bigger, please?
yeah, 1 second. Okay, so that would make the deviation of Southwest Riverside negative 3.43%, and MPH would be 3.63%.
And the change in the
Jamie,
CBAP?
I'm not, sorry, having technical question for Jamie, just about adding in the fields of the CBAP, as it doesn't look like they carried over with the new plan.
Yeah, no problem, Sivan. I'll message you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that'll be coming up in just a minute. Commissioner Fernandez, while we wait for that to come up, Sivan, just a question for you. So in selecting the unincorporated areas, it seems like there's an area that dips down that was not grabbed. Is that because that's a different part of a, what is that in the middle there, that little V? Green Acre, oh, I see.
Yes, so
Okay,
I
I
just
see it.
excluded the cities of Green Acres and Homeland, and then I also made sure that Hemet was excluded. So this is just the city of Winchester and the unincorporated area, just bordering it.
Before we accept that, let me take Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Sivan, it looks to me like part of Menifee is, or that Menifee is split, and so I would ask if we could have all of Menifee in the SW Riverside district. Thank you.
Absolutely, Commissioner Kennedy. I'm just looking at adding in the summary fields for Latino CVAP so we can get that displayed. So sorry, just give me 1 moment to do that. We are trying to do this a different way than we did at the live line drawing, so thank you for everyone's patience.
You are doing just fine. We are patiently waiting. Yeah, what do you know about Green Acres?
This Thursday, the governor will be 2 blocks away lighting the holiday tree with choirs, 5:30.
All right, thank you so much for everyone's patience. Let me make this bigger again. And then we will be able to look at the Latino CVAP, and then I will look at the Menifee area.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Oops. So it looks like the percent Latino CVAP in MPH would become 49.82, and Southwest Riv would be 30.26 if the added areas were moved.
Okay, so
If I'm not mistaken, that's exactly the same Latino CVAP as
49.8.
before. Yeah.
Yeah, it actually went, yes. Yes, that is, I believe, the same.
Okay, well, commissioners, let's keep doing some work here. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I think we had received some court testimony about possibly removing South Hemet in addition to Winchester. I'm not sure what exactly the border of South Hemet would be. I don't know if it's that little. Obviously, it would have to be contiguous, so perhaps splitting the city right at about where the East Hemet line is.
So let's
taking that
accept the
part out.
change that we have. Can we do it incrementally, Commissioner Sadwani?
Sure, absolutely.
All right, accepting this change. And let me just turn on those labels again, now that I have those fields. All right. So looking at Hemet now, would you like me, let me turn on the streets layer to see if we can get a better sense of maybe a major road to split.
Commissioner
One of
Kennedy,
those
while
days
she's
that-
finding the road, do you want to go or you want to wait until she finds
I
it?
wanted to get us back and make sure that we consolidate Menifee before we skip ahead. Thank you.
Got you, thanks.
Chair, should I go back and look at Menifee
Yeah, why don't we
first?
do, thank you. I forgot about Menifee, so yes, please.
So looking at Menifee, I believe, Commissioner Kennedy, correct me if you're wrong, this is the area that we were looking at that split slightly.
Correct.
Would you like me to attempt to move this portion of Menifee back into Southwest Riverside?
I would, yes, please.
Should I go ahead and commit this change?
Yes, please.
All right. So Menifee is now back intact.
And our deviations is still good with that little bit of change.
Yes, deviation still within permissible range. Although for MPH, we are currently looking at still under 50 at 49.61%.
Okay, so we dropped a bit. Okay, so we're moving Commissioner Sadwani back into Hemet, looking for boundary lines.
All right, this is the best street layer that I have available. Technology is not working in my favor today, so thank you everyone again for your patience. So it looks like the 74 runs to divide north-south as a possible line. We could also just move from the south up and kind of play the block group adding game to balance population.
So commissioners, thank you, Sivan. Commissioners, I don't have my community of interest up so I can watch hands. Do any of you have an idea as far as north-south, the freeway divider? What are we hearing in Hemet for a good dividing point? We're checking
I thought
out.
I heard it was East Hemet that they wanted out of the COI.
Oh. Well, as soon as someone finds it, give direction and we'll check it. Now, Savan, please hold for us as we're checking our technology, our tools on this side. But Commissioner Anderson, that will come up too as we're checking. So at this point, we are trying to ensure that we're trying to still balance out population and increase in a VRA district our CVAP numbers. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I apologize. I had to step away and just heard that last piece. Did we attempt to look at South Hemet?
Yeah, we're looking there now. We were looking for a dividing point, and Savan pointed a couple of options for us, but we were trying to just check and refer to some COI testimony to see what testimony we've received about where to split it. Commissioner Sinai just found some things, unless you found it already, Commissioner Sadwani.
I do have it in my notes. I believe it was from the Inland Empire United group, but I will look for it.
She has it. That's the same COI testimony. Go ahead, Commissioner Sinai.
Unfortunately, they did not define South Hemet.
In that case, Chair, do you want me to just look at what the impact would be for removing East Hemet?
Do we have, did we find COI
They
testimony?
did. They did say South Hemet, but they just didn't define what they meant by South Hemet.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, if I may, for me, I would say, Sivan, this could be a homework piece. Maybe you could look at this offline tomorrow and look at if removing it can improve this district and bring it back to us. And maybe tonight we'll even get testimony when we go to public comment. And that way we can move on and look at other areas, because I think this would be a fairly small change.
Beautiful. Commissioner Yee?
I was going to suggest trying south of the 74, if that could be done quickly, but also willing to just wait overnight if that seems better.
Savan, can we quickly look at south of the 74?
Absolutely, Chair. One moment. I'm assuming that you would like to add this also into the Southwest Riv District or into SECA?
Southwest Riv.
Okay, perfect. One moment, please, while I make those changes.
While she's making the changes, Commissioners, if you have the ability to look at some of the other VRA areas that we've talked about, RCFR, JRC, SB, CHR, SCCA, et cetera, we're going to kind of review those in a minute and see if there are changes that need to be made. Commissioner Sinai?
I did find where East Hemet was discussed. I think it's from the Black Census Hub. To make this map stronger, CVRA district, you must include the communities of Hemet, San Jacinto, East Hemet, Valle Vista, and Homeland to VAD MBCV. I don't know how old this was, because we don't even have those districts anymore. So it was probably old. Sorry about that.
All right, Chair, when you're ready, I added the area of Hemet that is south of the 74, and I'm just gonna delete this portion of East Hemet. Those changes would make SW Riv 6.69% over deviation and MPH 6.5 under deviation. And it would raise the Latino CVAP of MPH to 51.27. And Mr. Becker, I don't know if you wanted to comment on that before or if I commit this change.
Numbers pretty much speak for themselves. Obviously, it's a deviation problem here that needs to be resolved. So less population needs to be removed from what's the MPH district. The 51.27 is, so this will be a very lawyerly like thing to say, it is better. That's about, and it might be, we might be getting around to as close to as good as can be done here. This is something I probably want to take a closer look at with a little more time.
Okay, then as was suggested earlier, commissioners, are we good to, and let me adjust my screen so I can see those on Zoom. Are we good to let Savan continue to work in this area, or do we have other changes? Are we good to move?
Yes.
Before we do, Commissioner Kennedy?
Savan, could you zoom in a little bit to that northwestern corner of East Hemet? I'm specifically looking to see, yeah, if you can, there you go. Okay, so we've got that very small portion of Hemet that is below the 74, correct, that one. So just for administrative ease, I would suggest that also be included in the area to be moved.
Yes, I agree.
Although I'll just point out, because of the underpopulation problem in the current MPH district, it's likely this whole line is going to move south if this is the way you want to go, because there needs to be some additional. So,
well, we may find the population from the other side of the district. It'll be good to see the map zoomed out soon so that we can see if there are other places to bring in population from. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. The removing East Hemet came from live testimony when we were in San Diego. It was said by several people who spoke about that.
Okay. And if we, commissioners, because here's my thought, and this is what I'll be asking about. If we lock in what we currently have, and then I'd look to see about removing East Hemet and see what that looks like, particularly since we're over in this area. Are we good for that? It'll make it more, I thought we were over, we're over.
I would put that with SECA, but just have a look to see what it does to the CVAP, please.
Yeah, just to be clear, with that portion of South Hemet, MPH is underpopulated.
That is correct. It would be underpopulated by 6.74%. So if you wanted to balance within the two districts that you were changing, you could draw population from this, maybe from the bordering cities over here. If you didn't want it to ripple into the other districts, I mean.
I'm looking at, yes, okay, Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, if Savannah, if you could pull up the Latino CVAP heat map again, because I think there may be some population to get within. This is going to make, I'm sure, people in March Air Force Base grumpy, but I thought I saw a significant population of Latino. And since this is a voting rights area district, I think hopefully we won't have to split March Air Force Base, but
Sorry, Commissioner Vasquez, I had it and somehow just trying to get it back. So sorry about that. Jamie, if you have technical advice about what's going on, I would appreciate that as well. Oops. Oh, there we go. I had two, let's see. There we go. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I had two census block layers for some reason. There we go. Where did you want me to zoom in on?
if you could look in the northern, oh, I was mistaken. I'm wondering if maybe Meadowbrook and Canyon Lake makes sense, that at least those portions. I'm not sure what additional populations. Those may be small. Those may not be enough, populated enough to get. We might have to, it seems like we might have to grab from like several areas if we're trying to stay within districts.
Sorry. What was the goal? I'm
trying to balance population. I was also attempting to increase the Latino CVAP if possible. So I was attempting to grab additional population, ideally from areas with some higher concentrations of Latino residents.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. And as I get ready to take the other hands, keep in mind, Commissioners, we also have as an option is to give direction and have Savan leave and come back with the numbers balanced, and see what she can do to increase as well. She just needs direction to know what area to play in tonight. Commissioner Vasquez, did you have more? Okay. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to suggest that Savan could try, instead of the 74, could try Stetson Avenue as a northern boundary of the area to be moved. Again, that doesn't have to be live, but that's another option. Thank you.
Perfect. You got that, Savan? Stetson?
I did.
All right. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I'd like to see just the very top part, how far up that this district goes. If you could just zoom in on it, and then I have another comment after that. I just wanted to see. Okay. I did see, and this is the beauty of conflicting testimony. I saw COI testimony in which, or a draft map that was submitted as part of the COI testimony that took that northern border all the way up to the border where Loma Linda and Grand Terrace and all that. I'm not sure. I have to go back and look at the map again. But separately, I also want to just note that I'm seeing some other COI testimony that is asking to keep Moreno Valley, Mead Valley, Good Hope, Paris, Romoland, Nuevo, Lakeview, Homeland, Green Acres, Winchester, and San Jacinto, and remove Hemet or East Hemet, I guess, depending on what the numbers are, from the area. So it looks like a lot of what was requested is already there, but I guess it's still not enough. Just wanted to point that out in terms of the COI testimony.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai? No? Commissioner Fernandez?
I would recommend for this that we just give instruction to Savan, and then we'll see what it looks like on Thursday.
That has been suggested. I like that. Commissioners, are we good? Outstanding. Okay,
So
thank you.
Chair, I still have these pending changes to add the southern portion of Hemet to the Southwest Riverside District. Would you like me to commit that just so it'll give a better sense of what population balance in the area would be, or just consider it as I'm looking tonight and tomorrow in making those changes and potentially moving where that north-south divide is as well?
At this point, if you'd consider it, so that you'll have greater flexibility, having heard all of the testimony.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and release these changes then.
Thank you. We're at 5:16 now. We will go to public comment at 5:30. So we do have a little bit more time to continue in this conversation. Not for this area, Commissioners. I'm looking for your direction in the other VRA districts in our Southern California Inland Empire. Commissioner Kutagawa, your hand's up. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. On the SECA district, as well as the congressional and Senate districts, I want to refer us to the area in southeastern San Bernardino County and ask if the mappers could give us a consistent western boundary for that portion of that district, that we kind of have similar at all three levels, but that western boundary in that southeastern corner of San Bernardino County is in three different places, and I think that given the low population density, that's going to be unnecessary and administratively difficult for folks. So if they could, as they're looking at things between now and Thursday, could just compare the western boundaries of that segment in southeastern San Bernardino County and come up with something consistent at all three levels. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. We will definitely make sure that those match between plans. We did not forget.
Perfect. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yep, this could be a homework piece as well. I believe it's the RCFR district. Rialto, Fontana, and we have them together. And they are together. I feel like there was some changes, that there had been some COIs that had been lifted up, and maybe I'm getting them wrong here, but maybe we had already made the slight changes when we were doing it. My apologies. I will double check my notes and come back to you on that. I feel like it was swapping in Upland, maybe into the PCO district to keep Rancho Cucamonga maybe whole in there. I could be wrong, but I will come back to that and lift up that testimony.
Sounds good. We were just in SCCA. There was also COI testimony about keeping Coachella Valley whole. Did we already do that? That's a big one. Let me look at the big map. I can't see. Okay, are we there? It's really small for me. Oh, because I made my, there we go.
Sure, I can zoom in further if you'd like.
So can you show me, so keeping Coachella Valley, oh, it's the whole thing. It is a VRA district. Okay. I'm not prepared to, it's a VRA district. I don't have the COI testimony in front of me other than the desire for it to be whole. So I'm going to call on a couple of hands and see if I can do some overlap to see if that's a direction I want to even attempt. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I just wanted to go back to the, oops, I lost to the district that Commissioner Sadwani, in my notes it said, what do I have? Rialto with Fontana, and then I had Highland, but I don't see Highland. Is that the one you were thinking of, Commissioner Sadwani?
It could be. My apologies. I wasn't planning on working on this today. I thought we were going to do it later,
Yeah,
so I didn't have everything prepped.
Okay, so that doesn't
So
make
Highland
sense.
is,
Yeah, that doesn't make
a
sense
different
then.
district.
Right. So I don't know why that would be in there. Okay, thank you.
I think there was some testimony about possibly splitting Fontana and keeping Rialto with San Bernardino, but yeah, maybe this is something we can come back to on Thursday. I just wasn't prepped for the Inland Empire for today.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, was that it? Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. If we can bring the map back to focusing on the Coachella Valley. A couple of things. First of all, my problem with it is that division along the 10 is very artificial. You've got parts of Palm Springs that fall north of the 10. You've got parts of Cathedral City on both sides of the 10. You end up splitting the Agua Caliente tribal lands, which span the 10. To me, if we're going to have to split the valley for population purposes, the more natural division would be as we come up along the southwestern side of Indio, and then go north to take in Indio Hills. Indio's the largest city in the valley by population anyway. So if instead of, when that line coming up the southwestern side of Indio hits the 10, instead of following the 10 up to North Palm Springs and Desert Hot Springs, if the line were to go north along the western boundary of Indio Hills, yeah, basically there, that I can accept that. Indio is, and particularly Coachella, those two are more oriented towards Imperial County and towards the more agricultural areas. We've heard testimony that the Coachella Valley economy is tourism and agriculture. In my mind, and I lived in the valley for 15 years, there's kind of a dividing line between the tourism part of the valley and the agricultural part of the valley. And the agricultural part of the valley is kind of Coachella, Thermal, Mecca, Oasis, that area. And so, I would ideally like to have the whole valley whole, but if we're going to have to divide it for population, Indio is the largest city in the valley, and I'm wondering if we could bring that line, as I say, up the western boundary of Indio and following the western boundary of Indio Hills.
Yeah, can you give that its direction? I'd like to see that too.
Okay.
Sivan?
Yeah, so I guess we will have to include Desert Palms, but just where the 10 hits Desert Palms, go up the western boundary of Desert Palms, which then takes in the far northwestern corner of Indio, and then Indio Hills up to the boundary of MBCV.
And where would you, just for clarification, where would you like to move these northern cities south into the MBCV?
Yes.
district? Okay. Would
Yeah.
you like me to visualize those changes now so you can see how it would
Let's see it.
impact it?
Yes, please.
Okay, give me one moment, please. Thank you.
And this may be the last visualization or change that we see for today so that we can go to public comment. We'll see how it plays out.
I'm just trying to.
All right, Commissioner Kennedy, moving those requested areas into the MBCV district would make that deviation 8.01% over, and SECA would become negative 11 deviation. It would also raise the Latino CVAP to 60.6%. Would you like me to go ahead and commit this so we can look at other swaps, or leave it for now?
Commissioners?
If we added Hemet in there, it might make up for it into SECA.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the change, I think, for South Hemet Winchester that we were looking at before, we were putting it with that Southwest Riverside, but I think it could also go into the SECA district as well. That's another option.
Beautiful. Commissioner Kennedy, did you have more? I'm sorry. Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I saw several COI testimony that spoke to Hemet and East Hemet being a COI with Valley Vista, so that kind of move may also work. I also saw references to San Jacinto too, but I don't know if moving that would be too much.
So let's commit what we currently have. Sivan?
All right, those changes are committed.
Okay, and where are we at? And so what we'd like to see and give direction, can we give just some general direction to Sivan for this evening? Because we have 2 minutes and we will go into public comment. Mm-hmm. Commissioner Kutagawa, and then Commissioner Sinai.
I also saw some just on that MPH district. If Hemet and East Hemet were to be taken out, I did see at least one COI testimony mentioning High Grove could be one that could be included in that MPH district. It's up in that upper corner of the area. Yeah, just to give an option.
Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
So, sorry, I didn't realize my mic had been on. So the direction that we're really for tonight is we're trying to figure out how to, how to increase the VRA, strengthen the VRA for MPH and keep the VRA in Coachella Valley and the East Coachella Valley and Imperial Valley. And so, and get the numbers close on, the deviations down to the right place. So that hopefully that gives enough direction. We don't want to play around with any of the other VRA districts unless it increases, strengthens the any of the VRA districts. So, that's basically what the direction is for tonight, unless I'm mistaken.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes, I completely agree with that, Commissioner Sinai. And I just wanted to lift up, I think I'm liking the direction that this change is going in. And I think if I'm understanding what's happening here, and please, Sivan, correct me if I'm wrong, what has happened is the Latino CVAP now in SICA is actually quite high, which is good, not a bad problem necessarily. It may not necessarily need to be that high, and we're way underpopulated. The South Hemet and Winchester change that we had made previously, we were putting those into the Southwest Riverside district. But if instead they went to SICA, I think it might. I'd like to see that as some of that homework, if that would be a reasonable change. And I just want to open up. I think I know Commissioner Yee was going to take a peek at what the population of that unincorporated area was. I don't know if he has that, and maybe wants to weigh in. Perhaps that could stay in MPH to help maintain the population total, so our population deviations aren't going way off.
I think it's 10 to 20,000, but I'm not sure the boundary, so somewhere in that range. It's great. It's a great idea.
Thank you. And with that, Sivan, are you comfortable for this evening?
Yes, I would ask what the commission feels in terms of prioritizing or dividing East Hemet from Hemet, or dividing, like what should my prioritization be, or should I just come up with multiple scenarios and then just explain what each thing did?
Yeah, I would like multiple. I think we have testimony that supports them together and pulling East Hemet out, as Commissioner Anderson mentioned earlier. So the visualizations, the options would be great.
Okay, great. I'll come back with some different outcomes for you.
Okay, commissioners, I'm ready to go to public comment. Are you all good? Okay, then with that, Christian.
Yes, Chair. Let's, we're gonna do some screen configuration here. Just a moment. All right, we do have a plethora of callers. We will begin by reading the public input instructions for making public comment by phone. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 884-6542-9407 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate that you wish to comment, please press *9. Again, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it's your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says the host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak. If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And again, if you can hear the sound of my voice and you've dialed in to give public comment, you are in the right place. To let me know that you want to give public comment, please press *9 on your telephone keypad. This will raise your hand and get you in line to give public comment. I see those hands going up. I appreciate that. Again, that is *9. And when it is your turn to speak, I will ask you to press *6. You'll also hear a prompt on just your phone reminding you to press *6. All right. So let us begin. We're going to start with caller 0317, and after that will be caller 8011. Caller 03, one more thing. We're going to be enforcing a 2-minute time limit with a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. Again, caller 0317, followed by caller 8011. Caller 0317, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Christine Scott, and that's spelled Kristine, Scott, SCOTT. My comments tonight are strongly urge the California Citizens Redistricting Commission to reconsider its proposed congressional, state assembly, and state senate district maps and keep the city of Rancho Cucamonga whole. Rancho Cucamonga has a strong sense of identity and has historically been all or mostly in one Senate, Assembly, or congressional district. The proposed district maps unnecessarily split our community and our neighborhoods. The northwest portion of Rancho Cucamonga, which is roughly 1/3 of our community, would be excluded from effective representation with the rest of Rancho Cucamonga by being lumped into separate congressional and state assembly districts, primarily located in an entirely separate county, Los Angeles County. Specific to the congressional district map, the boundaries have a primary focus in LA County, leaving little to no ability for our residents to influence policy. In regard to the state assembly district map, it includes foothill and non-foothill communities, inevitably resulting in drastically different opinions on critical issues like fire management and transportation, making effective representation very difficult. For the state senate, Rancho Cucamonga is split in half over 2 districts, with the northern portion being part of the distant high desert region of San Bernardino County. Some of these communities are more than 70 miles from Rancho Cucamonga and includes rural communities, which is a stark contrast from Rancho Cucamonga's more urban, suburban
30
communities.
seconds.
There are virtually no commonalities between our residents and those of LA County and the remote mountain and deserts of San Bernardino County. The special needs of our uniquely diverse city need effective representation and only get diluted when lumped into districts with competing priorities. We respectfully request the Commission keep Rancho Cucamonga whole and revise the proposed congressional, state assembly, and Senate district map. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as a reminder, we are interpreting your public comments, so please speak at a steady pace and take your time with county and city names and any numbers that you might have in your public comment. Thank you so much. Next up, we'll have caller 8011 and then caller 3196. Caller 8011, please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Chairperson, commissioners, staff, thank you very much, first of all, for your service. I do personally believe that this is a great service that you're providing for the people of California. My name is Aruni, A-A-R-U, N as in Nancy, I. Last name T as in Tom, H as in Henry, A as in Apple, K-U-R as in Robert. I'm a lifelong resident of Fullerton, California, except for the time that I briefly left for college and grad school. And I was raised in this wonderful community, and I'm raising my children here. I have heard that the commission is proposing some changes to North Orange County, including dividing up the city of Fullerton into possibly multiple assembly districts. I would urge you to please reconsider this option. Fullerton is not a big city, but we do share a very common identity, and I believe that splitting it up among multiple assembly districts would not be beneficial to the people of Fullerton. There is apparently another plan to draw Fullerton into a new Senate district. I have been following along. I want to also thank you for making the provisional map that you've been providing available. And thank you for sharing that information. But if you would consider drawing Fullerton into other Orange County, along with other Orange County cities such as Santa Ana for the state Senate, I believe that that would represent communities of interest. And I would just close by asking you once again not to split up Fullerton in the ways that you proposed earlier today. Thank you so much for your service. Good night.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3196. And after that will be caller 9708. Caller 3196, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Christian, and I'm going to be reading a letter into the record from the Keep Long Beach Together Coalition. We write to you to share our deep thanks and enthusiasm for your draft maps and for having entered a new phase in the redistricting process. Long Beach greatly appreciates that the first draft maps for California's State Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts all show our city mostly united. Our community is engaged extensively with you in this process that began in June 2021, and we look forward to engaging with you through the adoption of final maps on December 27th. We've been active since your very first meeting because we know how important this process is for our future. We've received hundreds of emails, calls, and comments from individuals and organizations that represent thousands across our community. We represent a coalition of organizations like the local NAACP chapter, our Cambodian community, Latino social justice groups, LGBTQ+ organizations, and nonprofits and business organizations. We want to work with the Commission to ensure Long Beach stays as intact as possible for the congressional map, and we want to remind the Commission of some of the advocacy that you've heard over the last few months. This includes the Long Beach Unified School District, and they've been consistent in requesting that you keep Long Beach, Lakewood, Signal Hill, and Avalon together. The Long Beach Community College District, which has 2 campuses in East and in Central Long Beach. The Port of Long Beach, the city's top job and economic driver. They have made the request to stay united with the rest of the city.
30 seconds.
The city's large and historic LGBTQ+ community, and they've asked to not split their voices and diminish their power. The Cambodian community, which is the largest in the country, has asked you not to divide Cambodia town from the rest of the city, specifically Cal State Long Beach, which hosts a number of Khmer programs for the community. We thank you so much for your support in all of these advocacy.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9708, and after that will be caller 6115. Caller 9708, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm calling today about the Orange County Congressional District. I think this should be a top priority for us to revisit. I hope the Commission will focus on creating a true coastal district that goes from Seal Beach down to San Clemente. Right now, the maps are very random and arbitrary. I think the Commission needs to spend more time understanding the communities of interest in the areas and adhering to their wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 6115, and after that will be caller 7175. Caller 6115, follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Nathan Chan. I'm calling you today from San Mateo County. I would like to echo the previous commenters' gratefulness for the work that you all are doing. I recently served on the County District Lines Commission, and I know it's very challenging work. San Mateo County is a very diverse county. It is a majority-minority county, but the distribution of minorities in San Mateo County is concentrated in the north part of the county and the south part of the county, which most of the central part of the county being predominantly white majority. The way that the current district maps are proposed, unfortunately, carves out some of this diversity from Assembly District 22, which I know some of it is unavoidable, but possibly some of it could be rectified in some measure. For example, Redwood City, which has a large Hispanic population, is currently split under the draft map. If the Redwood City could be kept whole, a significant number of Latino voters would be part of Assembly District 22 that wouldn't be part of Assembly District 22 under the current draft map. So please consider that when you think about San Mateo County and Assembly District 22. that will enable representation for that assembly district to represent the totality of San Mateo County effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 7175. And after that will be caller 8245. Caller 7175. The time has come to follow the prompts, please. Go ahead.
Hello, I just want to thank the commissioners for allowing me to speak. My name's Lewis, and I live in Angels Camp area in Calaveras County. I've heard numerous callers asking for the Sierras to be kept separate from Central Valley, specifically Stanislaus County and the current ECA congressional draft, and I strongly disagree with these callers. As a resident of the Sierras, my community has a strong relationship with the Central Valley and Stanislaus County. We do our grocery shopping there. We have medical appointments there. Central services we rely on are based in Stanislaus County. Many of our residents' jobs are based in the Valley. Residents in the Central Valley also vacation in our Sierras. So there's a clear connection between the Sierras and Stanislaus County, the Central Valley as a whole. So I strongly support the current congressional draft map, and I ask the Sierras to stay with Stanislaus. So thank you, and that's all I have to say. Hope everyone has a great day.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8245, and after that will be caller 0073. Caller 8245, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello there. I want to echo again, thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing and really creating space for the community to call in and let you know what their needs are, and I hope you'll be responsive. My name is Blair Overstreet, and I live in the San Diego community of City Heights. I have lived there for several years, and City Heights and National City and Paradise Hills belong in the majority Latinx district, along with Barrio Logan and the greater Logan Heights. These communities really do share values and are up against, similar issues and have similar thoughts on how to solve those, including environmental justice, housing insecurities, lots of gentrification and displacement, immigration, and economic justice. So please keep my community of City Heights in the Latinx majority district, and thank you again for all the work that you do.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0073, and after that will be caller 0234. Caller 0073, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Mike. I am here on behalf of Equality California, the nation's largest LGBTQ+ civil rights organization with hundreds of thousands of members statewide. I'm calling about the MBCV Assembly District map. I'd like to thank the Commission, particularly Commissioner Kennedy, for uniting the LGBTQ+ community in the Coachella Valley and the MBCV District. The Coachella Valley is home to a historic and vibrant LGBTQ+ community, which includes many of our LGBTQ+ elders in California, and now the first generation of people living with HIV to live into their senior years. Thank you again for keeping the LGBTQ+ community united at MBCV.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0234, and after that will be caller 7258. Caller 0234, please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Hola, mi nombre es Patricia. De los testimonios que han recibido durante el transcurso de este año, no hay duda sobre el tamaño y la importancia del Valle de San Fernando. Si fuera una ciudad en sí misma, el valle sería uno de los más grandes del país. Un amplio testimonio también ha expresado el fuerte deseo del valle de mantener sus distritos legislativos y del Congreso enteramente dentro del valle y no diluirse al ubicarse en distritos ubicados en otros lugares como Santa Clarita, Santa Mónica y el West Side. Esto es especialmente importante dadas las disposiciones de la Ley de Derechos Electorales y que los latinos ahora constituyen la mayor parte de la población del Valle de San Fernando con el 43%. Si bien en general estamos satisfechos con las visualizaciones distritales que ha presentado hasta ahora, nos sorprendió que solo se eligiera un escaño en la Asamblea de la Ley de Derechos Electorales para el Valle, a pesar de que hay población latina más que suficiente para dibujar 2 escaños por completo en el Valle. Por favor, honren nuestra solicitud de crear 2 escaños para la Asamblea de la Ley de Derechos Electorales en San Fernando, para que la educación, la desigualdad de ingresos, la justicia económica y social y otros asuntos vitales para las familias del Valle que luchan puedan ser mejor tratados
30
en la
seconds.
legislatura. Les agradezco. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Up next, we've got caller 7258, and after that will be caller 4554. Caller 7258, please follow the prompts. That's caller with the last 4 digits, 7258. You may unmute your phone by pressing *6, please. One more time, caller with the last 4, 7258. Please press *6 to unmute. I'm so sorry, caller 7258. We will come back to you. Up next, we've got caller 4554, and after that will be caller 8298. Caller 4554, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Robert Pullen Miles. I'm the mayor of the city of Lawndale. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for hearing and listening to the voices of the parents in the communities in the cities of Lawndale, Inglewood, and Hawthorne in Lenox. In our community, we know that education is a big equalizer. By keeping the cities of Inglewood, Lawndale, Hawthorne, and Lenox in the same assembly district, you are in fact ensuring that our children are together. As previous parents and callers have stated, these school districts, and our goal is simply to lift children out of poverty. We work so well together, even one of Lawndale's schools is physically located in the city of Hawthorne, and our high schools service several communities that overlap. Our families and our kids deserve to be in the same assembly district, and I know with your leadership that would be the case. Once again, we are grateful that you are putting our children first by keeping the cities of Inglewood, Lawndale, Hawthorne, and Lenox together. And I thank you for your patience, and I thank you for your service on this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8298, and after that will be caller 7175. Caller 8298, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Juan Gonzalez, and I live in Northridge in San Fernando Valley of LA. Thank you for taking my call and letting me share my thoughts. As other callers have shared, the Latino community in San Fernando Valley is important to everyday life in my neighborhood and nearby communities. The Commission has shown that you understand that, and thank you. Drawing a Latino Voting Rights Act Assembly District here in the San Fernando Valley in your initial maps. However, as several people have shared already, it is possible to draw 2 VRA Assembly Districts in the Valley. And if you draw 2 Assembly Districts, you can nest those inside of one of the VRA Senate Districts. Please don't limit my community's ability to elect a representative of our choice and draw 2 majority Latino Assembly Districts in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you again for your hard work, and I hope you will protect the voting rights of my community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7175, and after that will be caller 3241. Caller 7175, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. This is Jeremy Payne calling on behalf of Equality California. Want to thank you for your work to unite the LGBTQ plus community by putting Hollywood and West Hollywood in the heart of LA's LGBTQ plus community together in the same district today. However, I just want to remind commissioners that there has been overwhelming COI testimony that the LGBTQ plus community in West Hollywood and Hollywood west of the 101 freeway should not be paired with Glendale. Hollywood and West Hollywood share homelessness and housing interests with central LA areas like Greater Wilshire and Koreatown, interests that Glendale does not share. Given the changes made today, we would encourage the commission to move Mid-City West and Greater Wilshire into the Glen and LA district, and then move the Lux out of Flint Ridge and the city of Glendale north of the 134 freeway out of that district as suggested by a number of commissioners. Doing so would better unite the LGBTQ plus community and other communities of interest in Hollywood, West Hollywood, and Central LA, but keeping them separate from the city of Glendale as supported by significant COI testimony. So thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing the updated maps.
Thank you so much. And just a quick reminder, our lines will close at 6 o'clock. Up next, we've got caller 3241. And after that will be caller 7976. Caller 3241, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi there. Recently, I've been listening to the Redistricting Commission in your meetings, and I've noticed that on the Orange County Coastal District, that there's been a lot of back and forth where some support what a lot of citizens have been calling in, they just want Orange County's beach cities to stay together versus being split up with other counties or being put with inland cities. And I think that you should listen to them because you are a citizens commission and that you're supposed to listen to the citizens. And keeping Orange County's beach cities together makes the most sense because, in reality, if you really look at it, none of these communities outside of Orange County have anything in common with each other. And so, LA has different priorities. Someone from Keep Long Beach Together just called in. People in San Diego have nothing. There's literally 15 miles of nothing in between the nearest town, nearest towns for Orange County. And so it doesn't make any sense. And so I just think keeping Orange County together, like all the other citizens have been saying, just makes the most sense. But thank you, and hopefully we get that done. Have a nice night.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7976, and after that will be caller 5647. Caller 7976, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Winky Campbell, and I've lived in the East Bay, Alameda County for many years. Yesterday, I heard a caller from Albany who talked about your commission being ready to be okay with undoing a change and going back to an earlier draft, and I urge you to do that. Another caller talked about taking the time to intentionally reflect on the lines you've drawn. They were both right. Older options of your maps may actually be better. By pausing to look back after you draw is the only way to really know what you did. The two suggestions from yesterday's callers are particularly important as you move from draft maps to final maps. You might spend an hour drawing something this week and determine that you fixed a problem you were trying to solve. However, when looking at the big picture, you may realize that your commission created several worse problems, and thus the only prudent course of action is to change it. Newer is not always better, but you can only figure that out if you allow yourself time to do so, which is why you need that reflective time. Not to reflect on the draft maps. You had 2 weeks to do that. You need time to reflect on this week's work, time after you finish the plan, to stop before you jump into a new set of maps. If you look at the districts you've drawn, review them systematically and deliberately, are they what you actually want to be in your final maps? You probably didn't know that moving Albany was a bad idea until you moved Albany, and I suggest that you go back to an earlier iteration. And you can't know what this week's Albany is going to be, but you can know that your schedule needs to allow time to at least talk about the changes you've made. Thank you very much for your time and for allowing us to participate. Goodbye.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5647. and after that will be caller 8224. Caller 5647, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I want to say thank you to the commissioners, the staff, and the consultants that are helping redistrict our entire state at so many different levels. I've had the honor of serving on 2 redistricting commissions, one for the county and one for my city of Redwood City, so I totally understand the complexity. I'm here to urge you to please keep Redwood City whole in the proposed Assembly San Mateo District, currently Assembly District 22. The draft map that you guys are working on draws lines through communities of interest, including historically underrepresented groups like immigrant and Latinx communities. Removing that area of Redwood City dilutes the power of the Latinx community in the proposed district by splitting thousands of Latinx people from the current lines of Assembly District 22. As a Latinx person myself, I ask, please do not split Redwood City and keep it whole within the rest of San Mateo County. As a former member of 2 redistricting commissions, I understand the complexity and difficulty in finding population balance, protecting communities of interest, and keeping cities and counties whole. In the spirit of the Voting Rights Act and the Fair Maps Act, I am identifying the historic neighborhoods of Palm, Woodside, Roosevelt, Eagle Hill, and Farm Hills as communities of interest and ask that you keep them whole within Redwood City and Redwood City whole within San Mateo County. I urge the 2020 California Citizen Redistricting Commission to keep Redwood City within the proposed AD San Mateo map. That clearly expresses the will of the residents of Redwood City and furthers the goal of equity for us all. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 8224, and after that will be caller 2931. Caller 8224, if you could please follow the prompts by pressing *6. Caller with the last 4, 822, go ahead.
Okay, hi, dear Commissioner. My name is Stephanie Nguyen. I'm calling in regard to the Little Saigon community, Orange County. I have made several comments throughout the process, so I just want to thank you all for listening to our comments. Great job on the SANET map. Please don't make any change for the SANET district, but just a few minor changes to the congressional and assembly map to have a true representation of Little Saigon. That is to add the inland park Huntington Beach to the map. There are a lot of Vietnamese Americans in Huntington Beach that border Fun Valley and Westminster. Not sure if you are aware, on November 22nd, the Orange County Board of Supervisors approved their redistrict map. They acknowledge that Little Saigon belongs in the city of Westminster, Fun Valley, Los Alamitos, Rosemont, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, Midway City, and portion of Gun Road west of Ulysses Street. This clearly shows that the county acknowledges that Huntington Beach does in fact belong with Little Saigon, where they are sharing social service, government program, healthcare service, and education. Reconsider. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2931, and after that will be caller 0682. Caller 2931, please follow the prompts by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Hello, dear Commissioner. My name is Laura Tai. I am calling again regarding about Little Saigon community of interest. And thank you for everything you are doing to make it right for every community of interest, especially your attention to a Little Saigon. I didn't know if you hear that the Orange County Board of Supervisors approved their redistrict map last week. They included on Huntington Beach in with Little Saigon. This is what community have been asking for. As you know, the county, the community interested in healthcare and social service. And ADGGW draft map, please add the inland part of Huntington Beach to include in Huntington Harbor, where we next generation Vietnamese American have been moved to. So at North Garfield Street in Huntington Beach, or the whole city of Huntington Beach, like county has it, you need to take out Stanton east of Garden Grove and Euclid Street. This can be another district since it doesn't have any interest with our Little Saigon community. That is what the county did as well. Congress met at Huntington Beach and remove Atesia and Surrey Top. Thank you for your time. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0682, and next after that will be caller 7208. Caller 0682, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. I wanted to call in as a resident of Palmdale in support of our current Assembly draft and congressional draft maps. For far too long, residents of Palmdale have been expected to be lumped with communities far too different from our own at every level. I support your current draft of AD Antelope and AVSCV. I appreciate you not bowing to public political pressure and remaining independent. Palmdale wishes to be united with the rest of the Antelope Valley in our Assembly district and with our brothers and sisters in Santa Clarita in a congressional district without Simi Valley. All of your drafts for our area have been very fair and correct the wrong that was done 10 years ago. Thank you for your hard work and happy holidays.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7208, and after that will be caller 1013. Caller 7208, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last 4 digits, 7208, please press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Oh, hello, good evening. This is Ekle Nunzi, longtime resident of Fullerton. I am very, very surprised about the discussion they have this afternoon, talking about the North Orange County, how it's going to be split, the city of Fullerton. I don't know how this was triggered. They were talking about La Habra, and suddenly they decide to die the city of Fullerton. Fullerton is a city we are only 150,000 people that we live here, which, that is being split already once. And this afternoon, one commissioner suggested splitting the city 3 ways. Another commissioner insisted on splitting off South Fullerton, which is heavily a Latinx community, to put it with Santa Ana. No one has suggested putting South Fullerton in the same assembly district with Santa Ana. And nobody is addressing the Asian American Advancing Justice or the Black Redistricting Hub, not the Orange County Civic Engagement Table. Is simply not required to comply with the Voting Rights Act. It's simply a community of interest, not a reason whatsoever. It is splitting a city in a way that nobody has suggested that you should do. If this never had to happen, if you need to split North Fullerton, which is heavily Korean, that is one thing. But keep the rest of Fullerton with West Anaheim. Make that the anchor for our district. Create separate districts anchored in Santa Ana. You can consider combining them in larger Senate districts. But splitting up Fullerton in the ways that you discussed today, in the assembly map, is simply inexcusable. People don't have to comply to this. Please listen to us. I ask deeply to the commission.
Thank you. And we are up against a break, but before we go to break, I would like to one more time invite those who have called in to please press *9 to raise your hand. That'll let us know that you have called in to give public comment. Again, please press *9 to raise your hand. We will be coming back after break to take your input. Chair, I defer to you.
We are ready for break. Let's do it. $25. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you all for waiting through the break. We are in public comment time, and so we see the hands. We thank you for that. Reminder that public comment is 2 minutes, and we are now in the hands of Christian.
Thank you so much, Chair. And again, we would like to invite those that have called in to give public comment to please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the comment moderator and get you into the queue. I'm also going to invite Commissioner Fernandez to invite the queue to raise their hand in español.
Gracias, Cristian. Si ha llamado y quiere dar comentario, por favor oprima la estrellita 9.
Gracias. All right, first up we've got caller 1013, and after that will be caller 3406. Caller 1013, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you very much for all the work that you're doing. I wanted to thank you for hearing and listening to the voices of parents and community leaders and students in our efforts to keep the cities of Lawndale, Inglewood, and Hawthorne together. Our community has worked really hard over the last couple of years to make sure that our children continue to have a good education, and by keeping those cities together, you're keeping the school districts together and allowing them to continue to have a good education. So I wanted to give you guys a call to thank you. Our families and kids deserve to be in the same assembly district, and that's something that I know you guys are working towards that, and I wanted to give a special shout out to Commissioners Asdawi and Commissioner Yee for making sure that our cities are kept together. And Commissioner Yee gave a really good example of where we can take out the city of Gardena completely and have and incorporate the city of Lawndale. And that way we'll keep the city of Lawndale, Hawthorne, and Inglewood together. Again, we are very grateful that you're prioritizing our kids and keeping those cities together. So we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 3406, and after that will be caller 4149. Caller 3406, please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Julie Corrales. I am a resident of the Barrio Logan community in San Diego. I'm a lifelong resident of San Diego. I've lived in Barrio Logan and in City Heights, and I'm calling to ask the commission to place the community of City Heights in the Latino majority district, the Latinx majority district, to group it together with Barrio Logan and the South Bay. These communities are intertwined. They are the heart of our Latinx community. We shop together, we celebrate together, we go to the same events. And we need to be joined. We realize that City Heights has an important refugee community, but it is predominantly Hispanic, and we need to be together, placing us with folks out East County, affluent folks, predominantly white folks. Will disenfranchise this very special community. City Heights is urban. It is not suburban like the other communities that it is grouped with in the map. And it has very unique needs. These communities, City Heights, Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, and the South Bay fight for similar issues: economic justice, racial justice, immigration issues, and we need to have joint representation as we fight for our freedoms, really. So I urge the commission to please keep these communities together. Do not siphon away City Heights and place it with communities that does not have much in common with. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4149, and after that will be caller 0205. Caller 4149, please follow those prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioners, again, for spending so much time on such an important issue. I know it's a lot of feedback to take in. I am calling in regards to Assembly districts in South LA. really concerned that one of the four seats that have traditionally been in South LA has been eliminated, drastically reducing and minimizing the political voice of South LA, which is one of California's most vulnerable communities and definitely one of California's largest Black communities. And in doing so, in eliminating one of these districts, you've essentially packed Black voters into two districts in South LA. My suggestion would be to shift 8110 LA northwest as far as westward to include areas east of the 405, including Culver City Whole, that would allow for, again, a district based in Crenshaw, and then would also allow for an additional district to the east that should include downtown Skid Row and other parts of South LA in that area. Again, I think it's really important to include Skid Row, which is mostly Black, right, and faces a lot of similar issues around housing, criminalization, etc. Additionally, I think it would be helpful to move AD 105 core, again, west to Playa Vista to include LAX. I think, as callers have mentioned, having Inglewood-based district that includes Lenox, Hawthorne is really important. I'd like to note that I think other submissions from that we've seen, it is possible to group parts of Gardena into that district, which I think is important. There's really strong Black communities across Crenshaw, and I think that some folks have shown some strong splits there. So again, we should have another fourth district to the east of that includes Watson Compton. Again, we'd really love to see four Black, a strong South LA district that balance Black population and don't pack and don't eliminate political voice in South LA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0205, and after that will be caller 5778. Caller 0205, please follow the prompts. That's caller with the last four digits, 0205. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. One more time for caller with the last four digits, 0205. You may unmute your phone. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. Sorry for the delay there, a little technical issue on my part. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments this evening. My name is Tiffany Kraft, spelled Tiffany, CRAF like Frank, T like Tom, and I am a longtime resident of the city of Irvine. I wanted to briefly talk about the assembly maps for Irvine, where you have the city combined with Costa Mesa and Tustin. To me, it would make more sense if Tustin, North Tustin, Northern Irvine, and Lake Forest were together in the same assembly district, rather than with Costa Mesa, where we have little in common. The areas along the foothills and the 241 corridor have common interests, school districts in some cases, and public policy priorities. Please consider changing the map to include the foothill communities in one assembly district so that the needs of our community can be addressed fairly. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to seeing Lake Forest with Northern Irvine and North Tustin/Tustin in the next iteration of your maps. Thank you for your commitment and your service to the community. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. And again, we'd like to remind those who have called in tonight to give public comment to please press *9. This will raise your hand. This is for caller 1461, caller 2567, caller 2638, caller 4047, caller 4201, caller 4328, caller 5273, caller 8742, caller 9006, caller 9786, and to caller 7258, who we were unable to connect with earlier. I see you're still connected, but if any of you would like to give comment, please press *9. We will be trying your lines, but by pressing *9, you might get ahead in line. You might not have to wait as long. Again, that's *9 to raise your hand. Up next, we've got caller 5778, and after that will be caller 0223. Caller 5778, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Tara Martin-Milius, that's M-I-L-I-U-S. I'm in Santa Clara County, a former Vice Mayor and Council member of the City of Sunnyvale, former neighborhood leader, and continue to be active in the community. I'm speaking as an individual. I'm in favor of redistricting that keeps Sunnyvale whole and strongly support the CD Barry Sunny draft congressional district map. Our Sunnyvale City Council has also unanimously voted to request support of Sunnyvale in one congressional district, one state assembly district, and one Senate district, with like composition of cities such as Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Cupertino, Fremont, and Milpitas, which all have similar interests and needs, including regional concerns of economic interest, living standards, transportation facilities, work opportunities. My ask is that congressional, state, Senate, and state assembly redistricting consider the whole of Sunnyvale to be a community of interest, lessening the issues of cross-district confusions and conflicts and aspects. Sunnyvale is part of the high-tech economy and should remain with the other high-tech neighboring cities such as Fremont, Santa Clara, Cupertino, and Fremont, and Milpitas. We're all linked by income, housing, immigration status, all regional issues which are more easily addressed by remaining in the same district. We, the cities in this district, all have a high number of Asian Americans, East Asian, and Asian Indian descent, which allows for connectedness, similar language services, and language access, interest in immigration issues, and cultural specific social services. I hope you can keep Sunnyvale whole and all of us together in one district. Thank you all for your dedication to this redistricting process.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0223, and after that will be caller 2567. Caller 0223, if you could please follow the prompts by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Natasha Brown. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to all the public comments. I know it is not an easy task. I would like to take the time to specifically talk about downtown Los Angeles and Skid Row. On both the assembly and congressional levels, we see that downtown Los Angeles and Skid Row are not in core South LA districts. Skid Row is a community at risk of losing political power resulting from gentrification that's aimed at attracting higher earning, wealthy residents. Due to this, it's a community that needs to be protected by being grouped with similar communities who share the same concerns. These areas are home to Black communities of interest that mirror each other's concerns around gentrification, affordable housing, and over-policing. I would like to make some recommendations for adjustments that would make this possible. At the congressional level, I would recommend placing downtown Los Angeles and Skid Row in the CD 10 core draft district. And at the assembly level, I would like to recommend creating a fourth Black opportunity district east of 110 LA that would include downtown Los Angeles and Skid Row, pairing it with South LA neighborhoods. I hope you take these recommendations into consideration as it pertains to downtown Los Angeles and Skid Row. These adjustments would allow the Black residents
30 seconds.
to effectively organize their communities, make their voices heard politically, and flourish. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2567, and after that will be caller 9786. Caller 2567, please follow those prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for all your continued work on the maps. I'd like to reference the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District map. Hanford is a hub for smaller Kings County communities. Residents from Corcoran, Kettleman City, and other rural towns often travel to Hanford for shopping and entertainment. College of the Sequoias and West Hills Community College campuses in Kings County attract Kings County high school graduates and community members continuing their education. They are communities of interest. Kings County has a dominant Latino presence throughout, and the county should be kept together to ensure the Latino community has fair representation in Congress. I urge you to keep Kings County whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9786, and after that will be caller 4328. Caller 9786, please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Good evening. I live in the Angels Camp area in Calaveras County. I have heard numerous callers asking for the Sierras to be kept separate from the Central Valley, specifically Stanislaus County and the current ECA congressional draft. I strongly disagree with these callers. As a resident of the Sierras, my community has a strong relationship with the Central Valley and Stanislaus County. We do our grocery shopping there. We have medical appointments there. Essential services we rely on are based in Stanislaus. Many of our residents' jobs are also based in the Valley. Residents in the Central Valley also travel and vacation in our Sierras. There is a clear connection between the Sierras and Stanislaus County and Central Valley as a whole. I strongly support the current congressional draft map and ask for the Sierras to stay with Stanislaus County.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4328, and after that will be caller 8742. Caller 4328, if you could please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Hinose, and I'm Research Director at the Orange County Civic Engagement Table. I also work to support the People's Redistricting Alliance. We appreciate all your hard work, recognizing the diverse interests the Commission and line drawings are working to balance. We're happy that the Commission is prioritizing VRA compliance. It's important that you get it right. I have to admit to being confused by your discussion of Orange County this afternoon, which discussed breaking up key COI in our county to comply with federal law. Last month, you received numerous public map submissions. These were submitted by talented folks with deep ties to communities and decades of redistricting experience. So statewide maps from Asian Americans Advancing Justice, the Black Census and Redistricting Hub at MALDEF, in Southern California, regional maps from the People's Bloc in Los Angeles, the People's Redistricting Alliance in Orange County, and IE United in the Inland Empire. Community members and organizations, demographers, and attorneys spent months working on these maps. All began by assessing Jingles 1, how many districts can be drawn in which targeted racial groups make up 50% or more of a district's citizen voting age population. In areas where these majority-minority districts can be drawn, does racially polarized voting exist? The statewide maps you received from Advancing Justice, the Black Hub in MALDEF, as well as aligned regional maps from the People's Bloc in LA and the People's Redistricting Alliance in OC, all demonstrate how VRA compliance can be achieved in Los Angeles and Orange counties while maintaining the integrity of communities of interest on both sides of the county line. So please consider these maps, which will save you considerable time so late in this process and prevent communities from being broken up unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, we'd like to invite those that have called in who have not yet spoken to please press *9 to raise your hand. And I'd like to again invite Commissioner Fernandez to please repeat the instructions in español.
Si ha llamado y quiere dar comentario, por favor, oprimir la estrellita 9.
Gracias. Up next, we've got caller 8742, and after that will be caller 2638. Caller 8742, if you could follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Thank you for your work to improve the redistricting process. My name is Alan Parker, and I'm calling about the congressional and assembly districts for Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, Canyon Country, Antelope Valley in relation to San Fernando Valley. I think it would be better to keep as much as the San Fernando Valley in contiguous districts as possible and not mix it with Santa Clarita. The San Fernando Valley is part of the second biggest city in the U.S., and Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, Canyon Country, Palmdale, and Lancaster are suburban towns outside of L.A., so a representative can't properly represent a merged district if they are that different. they have conflicting priorities. Previous congressional visualizations kept Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valley whole, but to add population, it makes more sense to push west and include Simi Valley rather than taking a section of San Fernando Valley to the south. The San Fernando Valley, including Porter Ranch and Granada Hills, shares different concerns and issues than the Santa Clarita Valley. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2638, and after that will be caller 4201. Caller 2638, if you could please follow the prompts. That's caller with the last 4 digits, 2638. You could please unmute by pressing *6. One more time for caller 2638. You can now unmute your phone by pressing *6. I'm going to invite Commissioner Fernandez. Oh, no, we have unmuted. Thank you so much, caller 2638. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm calling from Sonora. I've lived in Sonora my entire life, and what I've found is in these maps is that we do participate in Stanislaus. We do go down the hill for our medicine, for our groceries. We go to the valley. I've heard a lot of people complaining about, breaking up Stanislaus or doing different things with Stanislaus to remove the mountain communities from it, make it keeping Stanislaus whole. I totally disagree with that. The previous districts we've been in prior to this ECA over the last 10 years, our main focus has been Sacramento. We don't go to Sacramento. We come to the valley. As I looked at this district, I do find it unusual that Lake Tahoe Rim is only been separated, and you don't have a contiguous area of Lake Tahoe has been separated into 2 districts. I find that very odd. And I've heard the complaints, the folks over in Mono County, as well as the Mammoth area. And we certainly, us people here in the foothills and the mountains, we don't go over the hill, and they should be kept in their own district, the Alpine County down through Death Valley. That should be a separate district. So I just ask that you take a closer look and where people live, how the road systems work, and understand that there may not be much in comparison between just the rim of Lake Tahoe. That should be kept whole with Truckee and the surrounding communities, as well as the fact that from Mariposa, Oakhurst, Sonora, we all go down the hill to Fresno, Clovis, Madera, Merced, Modesto, and breaking up Stanislaus County makes some sense for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4201, and after that, we have caller 9006. Caller 4201, if you could please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Stuart Waldman from VICA. Thank you for letting me speak today. I was unsure when the San Fernando Valley would be discussed. I understood that Glendale being placed with West Hollywood today was discussed, which I agree with previous callers. It seems like an odd pairing. And I appreciate that you've been talking about VRA districts, and I agree with the previous caller that the San Fernando Valley, which is home to over 760,000 Latinos, deserve 2 assembly districts. We've submitted a simple 4-district swap that could just be plugged right in, that creates 2 districts for Latinos that are over 50% CVAP. But that being said, if you make no changes at all to the San Fernando Valley, we're happy with that too. So just keep walking. Thank you for all you're doing, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9006. Please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Aló, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Esperanza González, residente de City High. Yo como promotora trabajo en City High, Barrio Logan y National City, comunidades que están conectados hasta la frontera, que estamos conectados de una misma cultura y de temas que enfrentamos como justicia ambiental, justicia de transporte público y justicia económica y social. Por esas razones necesitamos estar conectados en un distrito a nivel estatal. Así es ahorita y así debe de seguir. Un representante que conoce nuestras comunidades y lucha por nosotros. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. And now, as we do not have any other raised hands, we are going to try folks who have not yet spoken. Up first, we're going to try caller 1461, and after that, we're going to try caller 4047. Caller 1461, if you'd like to give comment, please press *6 to unmute. Again, that's caller with the last 4 digits, 1461. Please follow the prompts to unmute. Commissioner Fernandez, could you please invite caller 1461 to unmute by pressing *6?
Yes. La persona que he llamado que tiene los últimos números de teléfono 1461, por favor oprima la estrellita 6 para dar su comentario.
Caller 1461, thank you so much for listening. Next up, we're going to try caller 4047. You can now unmute by pressing *6. Again, Commissioner Fernandez, could you please invite caller 4047 to unmute by pressing *6?
La persona que ha llamado con los últimos números 4047, por favor oprima la estrellita 6 para dar su comentario.
Caller 4047, thank you for listening tonight. And next up, we'll try caller 5273. You can unmute by pressing *6. Asterisco 6. I want to thank you also for listening tonight. And we're going to retry caller 7258. Caller 7258, if you'd like to give comment, please press *6. All right, we want to thank you for listening as well. And again, if you are unable to connect with us tonight over phone, you can contact the Commission in a variety of other ways. Chair, the queue is clear.
Thank you, Christian, for the excellent job you and your team always do. Thank you to all of the callers that's called in today to give us additional public comment and your community of interest. We thank you for your time. I'd like to thank all commissioners. And actually, I'm going to our chairs back in. Do you have?
I think you're doing a great job. And so we'll see each other bright and early tomorrow at the time allotted, and we'll be reevaluating our schedule tonight based on our first day of visualizations, and we'll try to continue to move in this process. Of course, we need to get to the decision points and move forward more efficiently, and I know it's hard because this is important work, and we all are committed to fair maps. And so thank you to the public, thank you to everyone, and we will see each other tomorrow. This meeting is in recess.